Sim theory, right? Who's my favorite rapper? You thought it was Wiz Khalifa? Is Rizwan Virk. That's my favorite rapper. Rizwan Virk. This, because of the popularity of video games and the internet, and everybody spending their time in the virtual realm, and because of the coming rise of the metaverse, et cetera, the new hip gibberish is that reality is an illusion, bro. We live in a simulation, dude. And then you got popular people promoting it, restating it. Now, as we did multiple talks in the last, several weeks on simulation theory. I read several chapters out of Rizwan's book. And I think that because remember we talked about this, there's so much evidence for reality at a very fundamental level being structured and designed and having order and structure. The fabric of reality is just literally like designed, obviously. There's so much evidence suggesting that and showing that I think what's happening is this older notion of everything being chaos and flux and meaninglessness, matter and motion, that's being revised. And they want to be able to say, okay, well, we can't really hold back on that nonsense anymore. It's the floodgates are open. People are figuring out that reality is clearly super, super designed, highly structured. So we got to have some kind of new gibberish nonsense myth that's out there to help explain it. And I think simulation theory is that. And we've had generations now, at least 2 generations of people raised on video games and the internet. And so they just magically, automatically think everything is like a video game. As if that's some deep thought. No, it's not. The fact that because there's design in the video game or in the computer world or in the virtual world, and it bears similarity to design in the external world of this world, does not mean that this world is a computer simulation. First of all, that's idiotic. Number 2, if it's a simulation, you could never know it. Because your coming to know it would also be part of the simulation, and thus by default, part of the illusion. This is the problem with all solipsistic worldviews, you see, self-refuting. Also, you have the problem of the naturalist determinist fallacy, which is that if you're merely a programmed computer running through all the program responses, then there is no free will, and you're not actually coming to learn that reality is a simulation. That's also just programmed into the simulation, you see. So you don't actually know if it is the case. It's self-refuting. And thus all deterministic systems are subject to this critique of the naturalist fallacy. There is no choosing the true over against the false, because you're merely programmed to choose what you're programmed to choose. Therefore, there is no choice, you see. So the denial of free will actually removes the possibility of truth. Truth requires objective choice, the ability to contrast the true with the false. And if there isn't that, then there is no actual distinction between the true or the false. There's no reason why one ought to choose, or that we should link up truth to the correct or the good, as opposed to false with the bad. There's no difference between the two. It is the equalization of all outcomes and all options. They're the same. That's self-refuting. So simulation theory is not only nonsensical, it's also self-refuting, it's also impossible. And the only reason that people find it convincing is that they're noticing that, yeah, there's design in the world, duh. I'm not advocating the teleological argument in its classical formulation, but the fact that I think that's a bad argument does not mean there's not design. There's design everywhere. It's all designed. It's all a manifestation of the order and pattern and archetypal superstructure of the divine mind. So of course it's ordered. Of course there's purpose and structure. Duh. But because that's the case, I'm not going to leap to some stupid... The only reason I would come to that stupid ass conclusion is because I've lived my life playing video games like a bunch of dumb Zoomers and millennials. So you play video games for 20 years and now you think reality is a video game. Come on, dude. Really? The only reason you think that is because you spent too much fucking time in a video game. Number 8. This one is related to this last one, and this is because there's a connection between the good and the true, right? So if we're going to talk about being in metaphysics, right? Metaphysics directly relates obviously to being, to existence, to the good. And there is a direct connection between existence and the good. Now, they're not necessarily identical, but in some ancient philosophers, medieval philosophers, it might be identified. But for our purposes, we're going to just consider these in the transcendental sense of being and the good, and how they relate to, for example, the beautiful. So in a lot of ancient and medieval aesthetic theory, you have the idea that there are standards of the beautiful. So art and the arts are not purely relativistic. They do have to match up to notions like harmony, symmetry, order, right? So pure chaos isn't beautiful because there's a requirement for harmony and symmetry and proportion for there to be actual aesthetic value, which is thus then connected to the good and the true, and not the false, right? So aesthetics is, in some people's philosophy, classed under ethics or perhaps classed under metaphysics. But regardless, what we see with metaphysics and aesthetics is that there's a connection between the two. And the connection relates to being and the good and the true. So being or existence is intimately tied to, it may not be absolutely identical to or reducible to the good, but in our philosophy, in our metaphysics, it is. So God creates and declares things good because they reflect him in a certain way, namely in that they have being or existence. Now, created being is not identical to uncreated being. It's not identical to God, but there is a reflection between God's existence and the existence that creatures have, because they are made according to his own being and goodness. And so they reflect him in that way. Not in a perfect way, but in an imperfect way. Thus, beauty relates directly to the harmony and the order and the patterns that pre-exist in God that also exist in the created order. And so thus, to align oneself to the true and the good necessarily then relates one to the beautiful. And thus why many philosophers and thinkers point out that God is, of course, the highest of the most beautiful things. God is the ultimate beautiful being because he is ultimate existence, ultimate truth, ultimate good. So what we see then, my point here is that there's a fundamental union in the midst of the distinctions. There's still a fundamental union, namely unified in God himself, between these different categories of being or philosophy that we might call, that we class under metaphysics. The true, the good, the beautiful. They're reflected in this world, and they all necessarily relate. For example, I can't have the good without the true. And truth and goodness necessarily relate to one another because if I think things are true, it follows that I think one ought to choose the true and not the false, you see. So there's an ethical dimension to the true, and that's because trueness and truthfulness relate directly to being and existence, which is itself a reflection of God. One ought to choose, and truth and goodness necessarily relate to one another because if I think things are true, it follows that I think one ought to choose the true and not the false, you see. So there's an ethical dimension to the true, and that's because trueness and truthfulness relate directly to being and existence, which is itself a reflection of God. And they all necessarily relate to the good that we class under metaphysics. the true, the good, the beautiful, they're reflected in this world, and they all necessarily relate. For example, I can't have the good without the true. And truth and goodness necessarily relate to one another because if I think things are true, it follows that I think one ought to choose the true and not the false, you see. So there's an ethical dimension to the true, and that's because trueness and truthfulness relate directly to being and existence, which is itself a reflection of God. God is good, and so created being is a reflection of his goodness. Thus, creatures, although not the highest good, are still good. And thus they can reflect beauty, the beauty of the Creator, who is the archetypal beautiful one. So all of that to say that if you understand that, then you would understand that it's impossible to say that beauty is completely relative. Aesthetics is not totally emotive and relative. But 90 to 95% of the modern world would say artistic preference is just relative, man. Whatever you want, dude. Whatever I want, dude. And so relativism spilling over into the domain of aesthetics is the destruction of the arts. Thus, the arts becomes weaponized and turns into garbage modern art, garbage abstract art. And now the demonic, people vomiting on canvases, people putting crucifixes in urine, people, H.R. Giger with all his demon art, right? That becomes the new beautiful. Well, because beauty is relative, bro. Who are you to say that dead babies aren't beautiful, right? And literally H.R. Giger art's a bunch of dead babies. So I include in my top 10 list number 9, beauty is purely relative. And that's because the denial of metaphysics is necessarily the denial of the good, because the good is under the domain of metaphysics. And the good is also connected to epistemology because the good relates to the true, which is under the domain both of metaphysics and of epistemology and ethics. Thus, they're all interrelated. Thus, why you
a bear is charging, shoots him once, and the bear doesn't fall immediately. Says, oh, I guess I need a different weapon. No, you shoot the bear again, don't you? And then again. And the same way with the unbeliever. The fact that he doesn't give up when you use that argument the first time doesn't mean that you're wrong. It just means you gotta do the argument again. Shoot again. Shoot again. Now, let me use a little different analogy that my friend Gary DeMar came up with, and I really like. Gary talks about someone going out to their car one night. Maybe you're out at the local mall, and it's dark, and you're heading out for your car, and someone jumps out from some dark place and has a knife and says, your money or your life. Well, you happen to be prepared on that particular evening, and you reach in and you pull out a gun. And you say, no, I don't think so. And then the person who wishes to attack you, holding this knife while you're holding the gun, says, well, I don't believe in guns. Are you going to then put your gun down and say, well, I guess if you don't believe in guns, then I guess okay. What can I say? I can't shoot you if you don't believe that you're being shot, right? That'd be absurd. As Gary says, make him a believer. The same way, when you use this gun, this defense of the faith that I've been trying to outline for you this weekend, you may have somebody who gives you that kind of answer. Well, I don't believe that. Well, don't put your gun down just because he doesn't believe it. Shoot him again. Stick to your gun. Because even though the unbeliever might not cry uncle immediately, you've got arguments that he cannot answer. You have an ability to show that he has no ground to stand on in attacking the Christian faith, and that only Christianity provides the preconditions of intelligibility. So in order to argue at all, he has to be a Christian to make sense of his argument. In which case, you cannot really argue against Christianity, since you're always assuming it in order to present the argument against it. Dr. Van Til used to speak of a man on a train who was holding his child on his lap, and the child would reach up and slap the father's face, playfully, I trust. And Dr. Van Til said the unbeliever is very much like that. He's sitting on his father's lap. He's only able to reason, only able to do science, only able to engage in moral discussion because he's relying upon God, and yet he wants to reach up and slap God in the face. Now, what I have been teaching you is that the unbeliever knows God, could not engage in rational discussion, science, could not engage in ethics, deal with human dignity or human freedom without believing in God, and yet this very unbeliever wants to slap God's face and argue against it. And what you're going to do is you're going to show that the preconditions of intelligibility are such that this unbeliever couldn't make sense out of anything in life, could not even make sense of his argument, if what Christianity says about the world were not true. Now, this has an interesting application or a corollary, I think, when it comes to education. And I know that you all connected with the Church of Christian Liberty and the Christian Liberty Academy are very into and dedicated to Christian education. So I want to take a few moments in this last lecture before our question period and talk to you about Christian education and apologetics. And in particular, what I'd like you to realize all the more, I think you probably believe this coming in, but all the more realize that the idea of neutrality in education is a myth. And it necessarily is a myth. It's unavoidable when you're going to educate people that you are taking a religious stand on the nature of reality, the nature of how we know what we know, and how we should live our lives. 2 decades or more have passed since the Supreme Court prohibited prayer and Bible reading in the public schools. And I hold no illusions that we're going to go back to a time when the public schools will allow that. As a matter of fact, I don't want the public schools to go back to that. I want them to move right ahead into non-existence. And judging from what I see in California, and then just recently, this last week, hearing about school districts closing their schools early because they've run out of funds, You know, the public schools may just be finally up against hard economic reality, and it may be that they are going to go out of existence. But anyway, there was a time when in the public schools, there was a mildly Christian prejudice, if you will. And I say mildly Christian. It's not really the full-orbed Christianity of God's grace and biblical Christianity that I'm interested in. But nevertheless, in a mild sense, the public schools were committed to a Christian outlook. Support for the shift in public education from that mildly Christian to a more secular context for education has been sustained, I believe, mainly by the assumption that it's remarkably widespread, usually not questioned by people, that the removal of religion from the school will produce a neutral arena that is equally fair to children of all religious backgrounds. But let's ask whether the secular public school in fact achieves that goal of neutrality. I would suggest that both philosophy, which we have been studying this weekend, the philosophy we've been looking at, and just hard human experience argues that you do not gain a neutral arena for education by trying to remove religion from the public schools. On the contrary, the secular school simply raises the religious question in a different and more acute form. It doesn't dismiss the religious question, it raises it in a different manner. And if you stop and think about what I've taught you regarding the preconditions of intelligibility, my guess is you can beat me to the punchline here. You can see what is coming. The religious question must be raised, even in the public schools, because we have to have a worldview in terms of which our education makes sense. Education is inherently religious. In a Yale Review essay, F.K. Davis rightly concluded, and I quote, "Since education is also a metaphysical expression," you've heard that word already. Metaphysics is the philosophical study of the nature of reality. He says, since education is also a metaphysical expression, a good deal of educational thought and practice is therefore religious in character. It has always been so, and there is no prospect that a secular society could be constructed in which this would not be so. Admittedly, secularism does not have a prescribed creed, like we say the Apostles' Creed in some of our churches. Admittedly, secularism does not have a defined membership, nor does it have places of worship, unless, of course, you consider the public school its places of worship. But religion in its most important facets is manifested not by external forms, but rather by the questions that are addressed and the implicit value judgments and affirmations that are made about reality in general. No school can teach children without raising issues about what is real. What's the world in which we live? What's man's place in the universe? And how should he live his life? And because education inherently raises questions about the nature of reality and how we should live our lives, as well as how we know any of these things, schools are inherently religious. It's especially, of course, literature and history and social studies that suggest to people that you can't get away from religion when you're trying to educate children. But if you will think long and hard with me, I hope you'll see that what I have taught about the preconditions of intelligibility tells us it's not just literature and history and social studies that betrays the religious character of education. It's everything that is taught that betrays the religious character of education. And for that reason, I don't think it's just rhetoric and propaganda to say that a religion of secular humanism is clearly established in the public school. And it's established because it is required of public school teachers that they exclude God from what they are teaching. It's required that any interpretation or explanation that is offered for events in human life or history is to be naturalistic in its character. It's established in the public schools because all values are relativized and no contrary worldview is allowed to be presented when it comes to matters of reality and ethics. Such a school may affirm that honesty is the best policy, but if the school forbids hanging the Ten Commandments on the wall of the classroom, what then will it offer as an alternative for why honesty is the best policy? Even the attempt to create good little citizens who are honest and show integrity and don't resort to violence when they have a disagreement with their neighbor, even that attempt in the public school arena must be secularized and naturalized. There can be no appeal to the religious character of man or to the Creator or to His holy character as an explanation for why honesty is the best policy, etc. And so the public school, by its strictures upon looking at the nature of man or what lies behind the absolutes of morality, the public school implicitly teaches that man must be the measure of all things. The public school might commend democracy, it might laud liberty as important values, but it cannot do what Thomas Jefferson did and present those values as endowed by the Creator. And thus, Justice Brennan, ruling against Bible reading, could contrast public secular education with its uniquely democratic values and sectarian education, which offers values of its own. Let me read that again. You should be horrified by this contrast. Justice Brennan contrasts public secular education with its uniquely democratic values and sectarian education which offers values of its own. But it's not that way at all, is it? The public school cannot teach democratic values. It's only those sectarian, religious, fundamentalist, Bible-thumping Christian schools that can give a foundation for democracy. The public school says man is the measure of all things. Well, if man is the measure of all things, and Idi Amin has the biggest stick, then Idi Amin is going to determine what's right and wrong in your culture. And what's the public school going to say to that? Except we don't like that conclusion. Even when the public school teaches about God in some general sense, or reads the Bible as literature, man still remains the measure of what is taught in the public school. The transition of the religious context of public education from Christianity, even a mild and wimpy Christianity, to secularism was not, however, the result of a diabolical plot. The Supreme Court, which painted the schools into this particular corner, was apparently guided more by a process of elimination and the prevailing spirit of the time than by a desire to give establishment status to a specific worldview and value system. Now, I fully realize when I come into a conservative audience like this one and make that kind of remark that some of you will say, well, Dr. Bonson, are you compromising now? I want to convince you that I am not compromising. I don't believe the Supreme Court had a diabolical plot in mind, that they maliciously were trying to put down Christianity when they did this. I don't happen to like all the Supreme Court justices who made these decisions and so forth, but as a general rule, this is really the spirit of our times. It doesn't take a conspiracy to do this. The spirit of our times tells us we're perfectly able to understand much of life without reference to God. You can certainly do math without God. You can study history without being a Christian. The facts of history are the same for Buddhists and for atheists and for Christians. You can study literature and art and all the rest without becoming religious and going someplace and singing hymns and opening your Bible. That's what most people think. And what that means is religion is always the extra added attraction. Religion is always the icing on the cake. What we do in the public schools is we present the cake. Now, some of you, when your children go home, want to put religious icing on the cake, so be it. You're free to do that. But education itself doesn't have to make reference to God. You see what I'm getting at? The Supreme Court need not have been malicious in trying to put Christianity down. It simply had this general idea that so many of your neighbors have, that religion is irrelevant. That academically you can do science, you can do math, you can do philosophy, literature, history, and all the rest without religion. Religion is the bonus item, and so we'll just let the bonus item be handled in private. Nevertheless, whatever the court's intentions were, the inevitable consequence of its actions I think was rightly perceived in Justice Stewart's dissent in the famous case of Abingdon versus Shemp, when he wrote, "A refusal to permit religious exercises thus is seen not as the realization of a state neutrality, but rather as the establishment of a religion of secularism, or at the least of government support of the beliefs of those who think that religious exercises should be conducted only in private." What I have offered you this weekend in terms of how to defend the Christian faith is a powerful weapon not only for answering the objections of unbelievers, but also for demonstrating that education is not value-free and neutral. It's valuable because you can show that religion is not simply a matter of the private icing that you put on the cake, that the very making of the cake or the baking of the cake, that the attempt to educate children is a religious exercise, because it calls on you to ask, what is the nature of reality? What is this world in which we live? What's man's place in this world? How do we know these things, and how should we live our lives? And so the effect of the Supreme Court's decision, even though it may not have been a malicious intention, the effect of the Supreme Court's decision was to give a monopoly to one kind of philosophy of life. And you know what I'm talking about? It's that philosophy of life that says we don't need to bring God into mathematics. We don't need to bring God into history or into literature. We don't need to bring God into science. But you see, that's a religious commitment, isn't it? That in itself is a particular worldview. And it stands over against the teaching of other religions, not just Christianity, by the way. In a formal way, Muslims don't think that's true either. And I'm not trying to appeal to them for help. But what I'm saying is the Supreme Court should have been able to see that when they put religion out of the classroom, what they called religion, what they were actually doing is establishing a different kind of religion in the classroom. And that necessarily. A monopoly given to one system representing one set of values and one kind of educational structure not only violates constitutional rights, I believe, but also stultifies the very educational process itself. If public education could truly be made neutral, it would no longer be educational. Let me say that again. If public education could truly be made neutral, it would no longer be educational. The moral relativism of an educational system that excludes the power and the sanctions of a divinely appointed moral order may in time be stultifying in other ways as well. Let me remind you of the words of C.S. Lewis in his book, The Abolition of Man. Lewis writes, "Such is the tragic comedy of our situation. We continue to clamor for those very qualities we are rendering impossible. In a sort of ghastly simplicity, we remove the organ and demand the function. We make men without chest and demand of them virtue and enterprise. We laugh at honor and are shocked to find traitors in our midst." He ends by saying, "We castrate and then bid the geldings to be fruitful." I don't agree with everything Lewis had to say, but those words were right on the mark. The public school, because it protests a religious neutrality, castrates its students and then bids them to be fruitful intellectually and morally. But it is impossible to do so. If you do not know the nature of reality, if you do not know what human nature is all about or man's place in the universe, if you don't know how man is to live his life and how he knows whatever he knows, then you've made it impossible for anyone to be educated. Now, am I surprised that the public schools put out such terrible test scores? Am I surprised that the public schools graduate people who cannot think for themselves, who do not know anything about reasoning, that are just, meek little sheep that follow what their instructors have to say? Or am I surprised that they refuse to listen to their instructors and they're nothing but hellions in the classroom? What can an educational system that is religiously neutral do about that? How can it insist that people learn to be rational, to think for themselves, to exercise their freedom responsibly? A public school that does that, that really is religiously neutral, has castrated and then asked students to be fruitful. And it's impossible. The problem with the public school system is not simply that it's teaching evolution and not allowing the other point of view to be heard. That is true, and that is an indictment of its alleged neutrality. But you see, even if our school systems did a better job of putting on a front of not being antagonistic to religion, they would still not be neutral as long as the principles of mathematics are taught apart from a Christian framework for reality. Think about that. How can you teach math to students and expect them to believe that the principles or laws of mathematics are universal in application unless you first teach them there is a God who made this universe and whose thinking is reflected in the laws of mathematics? How can anyone think that Christians, much less any other religion, that Christians could be satisfied with the teaching of history or the teaching of literature or the teaching of science about the world around us that doesn't bring glory to the Lord Jesus Christ, who is the one that created all things and governs all things according to his sovereign will? You see, the choice to teach with religion out of the picture is itself the endorsement of a different kind of religion. And that's why education is inherently religious. Education is inherently committed to some kind of worldview. Now, I told you, as part of our apologetic seminar, that unbelievers are walking worldviews. Everybody's got a philosophy of life. Everybody's got a worldview. Now, if that is true, how then could anybody teach in the classroom and not have a worldview that is the context in terms of which he or she does the teaching? Education cannot be free of philosophies of life. And because philosophies of life are religious, education is always going to be religious in character. Let's just ask 5 real quick questions that everyone who is a teacher has got to answer, or everyone who's involved in a school board has got to answer, and then look at the nature of these questions and see if we can avoid being religious. First of all, in order to educate, you have to ask yourself, what is man? The teacher walks into the classroom and there are these humanoids sitting in these seats in front of him or her. What's he dealing with? What's she dealing with? What is man? Are these just the forward push of the chance blob of evolution? Are these just little white rats that act in some behavioristic way? Or are these people that are made in the image of God and that have dignity and are to be treated with respect and who have minds that are able to be developed to glorify God and therefore to be skilled to work in his world? Don't you think it makes a difference whether you see man as a white rat or a child of God? That's going to make all the difference in the world in how you treat people in the classroom and how you educate them. How do you educate white rats? If man is nothing more than a white rat, then of course our educational techniques could descend to, and I'm using this as an absurd illustration, but why not? Why don't we just apply electrical stimuli, to condition and response these children so that they are going to do the things they should do as good little citizens? It all depends on what you think man is. Secondly, what is knowledge? If we're going to educate children, we have to know what knowledge is. Is knowledge thinking God's thoughts after him, learning everything we can in the context of knowing God and the world that he's created and where he's put us to love him and to glorify him? Well, if it isn't, what is knowledge? How do we know things? Don't you think a teacher should know what knowledge is before he or she tries to impart knowledge to the students? I mean, it only stands to reason. Yet how many teachers do you know in the public school system that could give you an adequate answer about what is it to know anything? If you don't know what it is to know things, you don't know what it is to learn things either. Thirdly, what is man's goal and purpose? If we're going to be educating people, imparting knowledge to them, we have to know what knowledge is, we have to know what man is, but we also have to know what man's purpose is. I mean, why do we have students? Are students here simply that they might become good citizens in the state? Is that the purpose of education? Is that the highest goal in life? Are students here so that they might serve the interest of whoever happens to be in control of society? Are they here to serve one another? Are they here to please themselves? for our students here to learn to develop skills that glorify God. Now, we could go on, but you see, the way in which you educate is going to be different depending on which of those options you choose. Fourthly, why should we educate? Not just what is the purpose of education, that is, what are we trying to accomplish in the life of the student, but why should we be involved in the educational process at all? You know, if you believe that man is nothing more but the process of evolution, I want to suggest to you, you lose a great deal of motivation for educating. What you're dealing with are just animals out there. Okay? And for you, education may be the training of the animals so that they get along well. I'm being harsh here, but you get my point. Why do you train the animals, if that's your view? There's another alternative. Rather than giving your life to helping the animals get along, why don't you just go somewhere where you don't have to live with the animals? Isn't that what we do here in Chicago? We don't live out there in the jungles. We don't want to deal with the animals, so we live here in Chicago instead. Yeah, some of you at the back can't see. The tongue is in the cheek here. Okay. Fifthly, how do you educate? What kind of discipline do you use? Do you educate with the idea that the parent has been extended into the classroom and is represented now by the teacher? The teacher is the extension of parental authority? Or do you educate with the idea that parents have nothing to do with this, and that's why they turn their children over to the state or to the school, whatever it may be? How do you educate? Do you discipline children when they've been disruptive in the classroom? Do you expel people? Do you think it's all right that Johnny puts razor blades in the children's apples and say, well, but he still has the right to an education and so on? How does all of this get integrated? What is man? What is knowledge? What is man's goal or purpose? Why do we educate? How do we educate? Questions like those are essential to engaging in education. And yet every one of those questions calls for a commitment to a particular philosophy of life, a particular worldview. Every one of those questions, the way in which they are answered, will betray what a person thinks about the nature of reality, how we know what we know, and how we should live our lives. And therefore, education cannot be value-free. It cannot be religion-free. Education cannot be neutral. Now, of course, if we paid attention to the Bible, we would have known this already, wouldn't we? You might look in your Bibles at John the 17th chapter, verse 17. Here our Savior, who claims to be the way, the truth, and the life, prays for His people before He goes to the cross to die for their sins. And in His prayer, He says, sanctify them by the truth. Thy word is truth. I dare say that if Jesus the Savior prayed this for His people on the eve of His crucifixion, you can be very sure this is crucial, as He sees it, to what Christianity is all about. And Jesus prays that His Father would consecrate those who belong to Jesus. He says, those who are Christians, those who follow me, set them apart. Sanctify them. The word means to make holy or to make separate. Set them apart. Consecrate them. And how are they supposed to be consecrated according to Jesus? By the truth. Jesus wants His people to be set apart from the world that's lost in unbelief, holding all these false convictions. Jesus wants His people to be set apart, to be unique, to be holy according to the truth. And where is that truth to be found? In some generalized region of academic study of science, some generalized region of academic study of literature or of mathematics? No. He says, and thy word is truth. Jesus says, set them apart by your word. Make them a different, a unique, a distinctive people. Help them to think your thoughts after you. Make your word crucial in their lives. In John the 8th chapter, Jesus had already said that if we abide in His word, then we are genuinely His disciples. And we will know the truth that sets us free. I think it's amazing that many people can read that passage and try to generalize and abstract the point Jesus was making so that He's left out of the picture. Jesus is talking about being followers of him. If you would be my disciples, you must abide in my word. And if you do so, he says, and if you do so, you shall know the truth. And this truth will set you free. I already told you I did my graduate work at the University of Southern California. One of the most distinctive buildings on campus is the philosophy building, the Mud Hall of Philosophy. It has a very distinctive style, architectural style. And one of the things that they have around the entire building and the parapets and so forth, and even around the fountain out in front, they have brickwork that has sayings of the philosophers, the famous philosophers, engraved in this brickwork. And Jesus got invited to the party. Isn't that wonderful? A saying of Jesus is there too. And what we read is, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Anybody notice the missing word? The verse begins, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Jesus was not saying truth in abstract sets people free. He was saying the truth about me, the truth of my word sets people free. When Jesus was praying in the garden, he was praying that we would know that truth that makes us distinctive disciples of his, that would set us apart from the world, that sets us free. And then when schools tell us, no, we can't bring Jesus into the picture, when we can't have a distinctively Christian approach to math, a distinctively Christian approach to literature, a distinctively Christian approach to science, to history, or to anything else, what the world is saying is, Jesus is wrong. Now that's a religious perspective, isn't it? Not a real good one, doesn't lead to a great lifestyle, but it is taking a stand religiously. It's a stand against Jesus. How can we as Christians then believe that education could ever be neutral? If we are to know the truth because it's tied to the Word of God, then the truth is always a religious expression. Knowing it and following it is a matter of your religious commitment. Because of what I've taught you about the nature of apologetics, I hope now you can see this corollary point, that education cannot ever be neutral. And those who claim that it is are following a myth. You can't teach anything. You cannot engage in any kind of educational project without being guided by your philosophy of life, which is to say, by your religion.
Howdy.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, what you got going on?
Nothing, just reading scripture, reading books, keeping my mind occupied. What have you
Yeah.
been up to?
Just work and doing some studying myself.
Nice.
What brings you in?
I don't know, I haven't been in a while. Just felt like scoping the place out, seeing what's going on in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, you making sense out of reality?
Yeah, a little bit.
What's your starting point?
Lately, I've been thinking probably phenomenal conservatism is probably the best.
What do you mean best?
It appears to be.
And what's the rating system? How do you get to best? Is there squeaky noise? Can you hear that?
Is that me or you? Is that you?
It's me.
Oh, you doing something?
I was just wondering if you could pick it up.
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
So
Yeah, that would probably be my starting point.
you said it's the best based on what criteria?
Based on the arguments I've read, alternatives seem to be self-defeating.
So it's the best based on not defeating oneself. And that's some sort of virtue that you came to?
Yeah, I mean, self-defeating precludes a lot of stuff.
In a sense, you're saying self-defeating would be a wrong action, a wrong direction.
I would prefer not to be self-defeating.
So it's just a preference. When you say something is the best starting point, you're just giving me a preference. There's no truth value behind it.
Well, there are truth-apt sentences about it. Well, like you could say,
The form of the sentence?
well, I mean,
What is true, buddy?
I would say probably the to have any sort of essentially anything, you sort of have to use non-contradiction. So I would probably go for tag on that one.
Sorry, what
Or
is
not
true?
not tag. I would go for a transcendental argument. Sorry, I got my words
What
mixed
are
up.
you saying you would go for? What does that mean? You think you can just hop around different realities, different worldviews? You think you don't have your own worldview?
I'm saying if you were asking for an argument for
No,
non-contradiction.
I was asking you what truth was, something that was true. I'm not asking you to cite other people's worldviews. When I ask you questions, I'm asking about your worldview, essentially.
Well, that's the thing. A lot of these are philosophy has a ton of open questions. Like these aren't like these are just interpretations. No one has anything sort of solved philosophy, if that's what you're asking.
Right. So in your worldview, no one has any solved philosophy.
That's how it seems to be to me.
So you move into a seems to try to get out of that universal claim about all people. Because how would you have knowledge about what people have and what they don't?
Right. I'm saying I have not been presented with a case that has convinced me that they have solved all philosophical problems now.
Do you know that you'd be able to receive such a case? Do you have an operating system that would allow for that?
Yeah, if they presented an argument.
How do you know that your operating system is correct one? It seems that you assume a truth value in your own operating system. What is it?
I don't know what you mean by operating system.
Your worldview, where you're coming from. You're a living being with these ideas saying, well, if something came to me, then I would receive it.
Mm-hmm.
Questioning you, that being the operating system that would receive such a thing.
Oh, I would consider it, conceptualize it.
Yeah, I mean, the processes are one thing, but the system itself has to have truth values, right, wrong, good, and bad. What are those based on? The filtering system.
For right and wrong, I don't know. I probably wouldn't make normative claims like with respect to that. Like I wouldn't, like I have no authority to tell you what or what. I can't force my ideas into your head if that's what you're asking for true and
Oh,
false.
I'm not saying that. When you you're saying if you heard certain information, you would decipher it in a certain way. You would be able to consider it. There are ethical considerations within that process. This is right. This is wrong. This is true. This is untrue. I'm trying to figure out what your operating system is based on.
That wouldn't be an ethical concept to determine whether something was right or wrong. It would be something along the lines of whether or not it has internal contradictions. Like I could just.
Is it wrong? Is it wrong for you to contradict yourself?
It would be an invalid argument if that's what you mean by wrong, or an invalid worldview.
So invalid meaning incorrect or wrong.
Invalid is in incoherent.
Is incoherency a correct proposition in your worldview? An acceptable proposition in your worldview?
I don't know what you mean by is like I understand the term and I use the term.
The concept behind the term.
Yeah, I think I make use of the concept of incoherence. Not that I use it, but I like use it to distinguish other concepts. Like
When you feel like you're making, you've made an incoherent step, an incoherent proposition.
Yeah, I'm not infallible. I'm not claiming infallibility now.
Right. So when you do that, or you catch yourself do that, or someone points it out, they say that information is wrong. That is that step in your argumentation is wrong. And you decide to take it anyway because you want it to be the case. You don't think that you're in the domain of ethics at that point?
So you're asking if it's ethical to be irrational and incoherent?
Essentially, yes. I'm saying if you know something to be incoherent, but you find utility in it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't really
care.
Yeah, I don't really care what anyone else does, to be honest. I wouldn't.
Well, I'm asking about you essentially. Always.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't. Or I would try not to because I'm not infallible. Like if I'm presented with defeaters, I would try to adjust my beliefs.
You said you wouldn't what? You wouldn't use incoherency to your advantage?
I'm saying I would I would try not. I would say if I'm presented with in like a contradiction in one of my beliefs, I would try to find another belief. Like I would say, okay, then I've been defeated, and I would look for something else.
And what if you did the opposite? You said,
Yeah, that would,
I don't care. I'm going to still utilize this proposition, this theory I hold.
yeah, you're free to do that. I can't control you. I'm just saying I wouldn't.
I'm saying if you did that, you got a fork in the road. We're exploring both avenues. In the one
Mhm.
you did correct yourself, and the other one you said I don't care, and you went the other path. In your worldview, is one of those the right path and the wrong path?
I would say that I would take the path of non-contradiction.
Right. And why would you take that path?
Um, I mean, it depends on what the situation is. Like in some cases, it would be. Um, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why you wouldn't have specific contradictions or bad ideas. Generally, um, hmm, probably just my preference for consistency.
Why would you want to be consistent?
Um, I think inconsistency has bad outcomes that I would prefer to avoid. Because if
Bad,
you're
bad as in mere preferences.
bad as in, if I truly held to like if I really truly held to contradictory beliefs, the entailment of that is the principle of explosion, and then I would believe anything, and so like I would stop like everything would like I wouldn't be intelligible. I'd lose knowledge, all that other like you'd just start punching yourself, or you'd just I
These
don't
are
know.
all things you think are bad things, punching yourself, losing knowledge,
Yeah.
that things that you want to avoid. But you also would say that if you chose to engage in them, well, that's just merely what you chose to do as well. There's not actually a correct or right path. You don't see that
Yeah.
you're
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
think I sorry,
good.
yeah, I don't think I could have any I can make any normative claims about whether someone should or shouldn't. I'm just saying I wouldn't.
So if someone wants to punch you in the face, you would hold a philosophy that says, well, I'm not here to give you normative claims about that you should or shouldn't do that, but I don't prefer that you do that.
No, I wouldn't reason with him. I would well, I mean we're on stream, so I probably shouldn't.
I'm saying it's not a matter of
Yeah,
reasoning with
I wouldn't
so
reason with no, I wouldn't
the,
reason with
the, the philosophy that you bring into the situation actually can't argue against that he should or not ought not do such a thing. But what you're living out is different than that philosophy that you're bringing in, isn't it?
I would not reason with someone who's like trying to kill me now.
Well, I'm not saying that you would reason with them. I'm pointing out that the philosophy that you hold, it seems that you might abandon it in the real world application.
No, I wouldn't
You're
even tell
like you're
him.
parting worlds, like you have a world of reason, and then you have an actual world.
No, I wouldn't even. I don't think. Well, I say I would like make normative claims on him. Like I did. I wouldn't even tell him he should or shouldn't.
What if he asked you? He said, I'm going to punch you in the face, Howdy. I think your worldview is silly. Tell me I shouldn't and tell me why I shouldn't.
Well, yeah, I could say shouldn't and that. Okay, like if you're asking for a justification.
I'm asking if he's going to punch you in the face, he's asking you for a reason other than your preference or opinion.
Oh yeah. I mean, I probably wouldn't even respond. I would just shoot him if I was in genuine fear.
Okay, you
But
don't have a gun. You're boxed in with this guy in a cell, and he's simply saying, I've heard your philosophies,
mhm.
and I think they're garbage. I don't think you're living out your philosophy. I'm going to punch you in the face. It's going to happen. You're not going to shoot me. I'm
Right.
bigger and stronger than you. Give me a reason in your worldview why I ought not do that. I should not do that, other than your preference or opinion.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think anyone could do that.
Anyone can do what?
Um, because any argument you give, like I could say like I could kill you, and then you say, "Well, take that away," and then I could say, "Well, you'll get arrested. We'll take that away." Well, I could say, I don't know, "You'll get struck by lightning. We'll take that away." Well, "You'll
You don't think
burn
anyone
in
can do
hell
it?
forever. We'll take that away." No, I don't think.
It's a lot of examples. You don't think anyone can make an argument in their defense?
No, they can make arguments, but I don't think that any of them are binding.
And what is the criteria that you use in order to access or assess someone's philosophy as not binding? Like where do you have knowledge of that epistemic criteria?
Um, I have not been presented with a defeater for the case that someone can do whatever they want to do if they have the capacity to do so.
That's what you think is in question here?
I might have misunderstood your question.
I might let's see, let's try to go back. Someone is presenting you with a fist in the face,
Mm,
and they're saying, I want to know why I ought not, why I should not do this in your worldview. And
I would ask
essentially,
him what I mean, okay, so if he's being let's say intellectually honest, or he's being non-deceitful in this
you
interrogative.
because you consider non-deceitful as some sort of virtuous activity.
No, I'm just saying it would depend. Like if he's just asking without, and he's not going to listen to anything I say, then I don't think it means anything. Then it becomes a meaningless question.
Well, in the scenario, it is assumed that your answer will determine the outcome.
Okay, then I just like to know what sort of reasoning he's prepared to accept. Maybe I could make an argument if he's willing to accept something. I
He
don't know
wants
what
your
his
actual
criteria.
he wants your actual argument. He doesn't want you to give something sufficient so you're not punished. He wants your actual case, your actual worldview.
Well, if by asking me the question, does he presuppose free will, knowledge, intelligibility, meaning, and all the other things that go along with that?
He's simply asking you why he ought not punch you in the face in your worldview.
Hmm.
And all you have to do is present a worldview that says, well, yeah, you ought not do that because A, B,
I
or
mean,
C.
is this a robot with just a recorded speaker saying this?
Is the man in the cell with you just a robot?
That's my question. Like, does he accept
He doesn't appear to be. You appear to be in fear for being punched in the face. So, I don't really think that avenue is going to get you very far.
well, I'm saying if he doesn't presuppose these things, then I cannot present any argument if he's unwilling to accept arguments.
No, he's willing to accept an argument. He's not
So,
willing to go into like a philosophical breakdown with you. He's gotten you to the point where he's saying, we all have a worldview.
okay, so you're saying,
From your worldview, I want to know why.
so you're saying pragmatically, put me in a situation. What would I do with a non-philosopher?
No, everyone has a philosophy. I mean, he's not gonna get in. He's not in the point where he's going to get into this discussion with you. He's simply asking about your worldview, about why he shouldn't punch you in the face. And you seem to be making it difficult, like you seem to be wanting to punch you in the face, or you realize that your worldview doesn't have such a component, that it's just your opinion that he shouldn't punch you in the face or cut your throat or kidnap your children. You just hold those things as preferences.
Well, I just don't know what his philosophy is, so I don't know what arguments would be the most apt for me to use to give me the greatest chance of success.
Well,
So if you're saying pragmatically, like let's
do you have an argument in your worldview, or are you just navigating like ideas of other philosophies? Right? He wants to know your position, not how many positions
is he
you
a
know.
philosopher or not? Like, because it's gonna like if it's some like crazy dude, then I'm not gonna reason with him in that way.
So you're just going to take the punch in the face instead of speaking. You're not
I'm
even going.
I'm saying my argument is going to depend on the situation that would maximize
You're
my
going to be
success of
punched.
not being punched in the
You're going to be
face.
punched in the face, Howdy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He's asking you why he ought not to do it. That's where you are. You take the punch in the face, or do you
I'll
just say,
defend
"Well, you
myself
ought not to do this because."
because I'm going to punch you in the face.
Okay.
Like,
Threaten him back. That's one technique.
right.
You're not going to overcome this man, though.
Okay.
You don't need to punch him in the face. Try to punch him in the face. He doesn't need to punch you in the face. All he's asking you is in your worldview why he ought not punch you in the face. You refuse to
Well,
answer, you're about to get punched in the face.
so in my worldview, so you're saying if I was in his position, what would I reason to myself about why I shouldn't?
You think that's what I'm asking you?
That's what I gather. I don't know what you're
Is
asking.
that now, what kind of operating system would gather such a rebuttal to this situation that's been laid out for at least 5 minutes now? What's this
I mean,
game?
I just
Are
think
you
you're
playing some
being
sort of game here?
no, I think you're just ambiguous.
The hypothetical hasn't been painted clearly enough for you.
I mean, we've been making some progress, but yeah, you're pretty ambiguous.
About the situation. You're in a
You're
cell.
asking me in my worldview, what would I accept? Like, what do you mean by according to my worldview?
What do I mean by according to your worldview?
In the
Really?
situation where someone's asking me, yeah,
Your
like you're just being
philosophy, right?
very
You hold
ambiguous.
your worldview, your philosophy.
Yeah, I know what that is, but when you're referring to that, are you saying that he is adopting that?
He's giving you a chance not to be punched in the face with a simple question. He's starting to
Okay.
think that you don't have an answer. And he's getting
Yeah,
ready
it's just
to
pragmatically, if I was in jail and someone's about to punch me, I'd tell him I'm going to punch you in the face. That's what
right.
I
So
probably would
it's just
say.
back to the situation where you're gonna lose the fight. But instead of giving an answer, you're gonna take that route. Is that because you don't have anything other than a preference? If you were to make a proclamation of why he ought not do that, it would just be your opinion.
I mean, if he's going to accept that, I could tell him I would prefer that not to be the case. But I
Right.
assume if he's
That's your actual. That's
he's
going to be your
he's
actual
crazy and
answer.
he's not gonna. Well, I mean, if he accepts that, then he accepts that. Like, I don't know what you're asking. What would you say? Do you have a better response?
Well, I mean, I would tell him that he ought not punch me in the face because, I mean, I would obviously say that I don't want to be punched in the face, but in my worldview, I don't see him having a reason to punch me in the face. I think that he would be creating violence on another human being.
So wait,
That
is he adopting your worldview?
is he adopting it?
Yeah, is this preventing him from punching you?
Well, I mean, in the situation, he said he's asking me if I can give him a reason in my worldview not to punch him, for him to punch me in the face. It's
Okay.
alleged that he's going to listen to my answer and perhaps not punch me in the face.
I mean, in my worldview, saying I prefer not to is sufficient. If he's just asking for something that's coherent and not contradictory.
Well, is your entire worldview a preference? Is there any truth at the base, at the foundation of your worldview?
Um, I don't think I have epistemic certitude, if that's what you're asking.
Is there any truth at the foundation of your worldview? The answer is you don't have epistemic certitude. Is that a no?
I'm saying I could have like a coherentist or pragmatic theory of truth. Probably coherent. It's
What do you
probably
mean? What do you mean you could? Do you think that it's choose your worldview day or choose your worldview hour? Do you think that you're floating without a philosophy, that you're not living out things you believe and things that you know?
I'm saying worldviews can change unless you're going to give up apologetics.
You're saying that worldviews can change as an answer to talk about your worldview, to try to strengthen the fact that you want to hop on the most convenient worldview in any conversation.
I mean, if by convenient you like what does that mean? Like if I am presented with a defeater, would that be?
You're acting like a person who wants to navigate without a position for some reason.
I've accepted several positions. I've
What do you mean
accepted
several?
more than one.
Can you give an example of what you mean?
An example of what I mean by more than one,
By
two, three.
don't be a douche. By accepting different positions and what that entails in your actual life, how it may have changed or how you navigate your life differently from accepting several positions.
I mean, I have a position, and if I'm presented with an argument,
Oh, good. You have a position.
yeah,
Okay. And that position is.
um, uh, well, at the foundation, phenomenal conservatism.
Yeah. How long have you had this position?
Um, I don't recall.
Is that right? Is this uncomfortable? It's okay.
I don't really care. I could just say I came up with it a second ago. I don't care.
But
I'll just say that.
you have no commitment to truth, so you can just kind of
I have
say,
more commitment to truth. If something is presented as true, I'm changing. You're saying that I have to remain committed or something?
no, I'm asking you when you started this position, and you could say, and you don't answer, then you say, I'll just say it. I did it a second ago. I'm trying to figure out who or what I'm talking to. It sounds like a non-committed being of some sort.
Hmm. Are you committed?
I'm asking you if it was uncomfortable. It's fine if you don't want.
I'd answered. I said I'm
Well, I
comfortable.
know, but when I said I said uncomfortable, you say fine. I'll just say a second ago. That tells me that there is something there's an issue. It's okay to be uncomfortable. I mean,
What in your worldview tells you that it's an issue?
which part?
Whatever you're having an issue with.
You not answering? It's just a matter of basic conversation.
I answered the.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get to something true and accurate. It sounds like you're just making up answers. You have this position I wasn't aware of. Seems different from a position you've spoken of previously, and I asked how long you've held it. Seems like you're playing
Right.
some
I
sort
mean,
of.
it's right. I mean, it's the same. I mean, seemings of phenomenal. I'm just I mean, seemings are perceptions. It's still a perceptional.
I'm sorry, what did you say? Seemings?
Yeah. Are you familiar with phenomenal conservatism?
No. You can lay it out if you want to. You're just experiencing things.
All right. Essentially, whatever seems to be the case gives you, like on first appearance or prima facie, some measure of justification in the absence of defeaters for non-inferential beliefs.
Yeah. Well, just some sort of being having an experience. Is that what you just said?
I said phenomenal conservatism is that the appearances or the seemings or your perceptions in the absence of defeaters give you prima facie some justification.
And how did you find out that was true?
The argument that sort of like an impossibility of the contrary. If you say not to that, then the only way you can say not to that is presupposing it by it saying it seems not to be the case. So it's pretty
Is,
airtight. I
is
mean,
that a
that
wrong,
could be
is that a
wrong.
wrong
Like
What do
if
you
you
mean
could
you
present an
could-
argument against it, I mean, I'm not infallible. Again, like if you got something better, if you have the critique.
not so much of the particular position, but I don't know if that's necessary. I'm not sure you're really giving me anything here. Sounds like you're just saying it's like hiding the ball. I'm looking for the ball. I'm looking for what is true. I'm looking
Mhm.
for epistemic justification in your foundation. And you're telling me that, well, you're not really.
Are you saying, are you asking justification for my justification? I would use transcendental argument that you're presupposing justification.
What do you mean you would use it?
If
It's
I
like
had, if you're asking me to convince you of it, like
it's
what are
sort of
you asking?
the whole thing is sort of a game to you. Like when someone's asking you what is truth in your worldview, what is knowledge, you're sort of saying, well, given the scenario of the person I'm dealing with, I could do this, I could do that. It's
I'm
like a
pretty
game.
consistent. No, if anyone else asked me the same question, I think I'd answer the same, unless they given me some
But see, the fact that you're
argument against it. But you're not like giving me an argument.
the fact that you're weighing out a different scenario with a different person shows that you're navigating based on the person about how your answer about your worldview, which is an oscillating sort of epistemological position. Like you're trying not to have a worldview. You're trying to be someone who answers.
I think I'm answering you, and you just don't understand it. To be frank,
It seems like you're having experiences is your answer, is your worldview,
my worldview is phenomenal conservatism.
right? See if you can lay it out in simpler language. You're having an experience of some sort. It seems to be the case that you exist, something like that.
Right. If you're asking me to justify my existence, probably I'd go with the cogito.
Which presupposes the I, presupposes causality.
I mean, whatever it presupposes, it's just a fact that if I exist, if I'm like, I can just define existence to be like experience.
You're presupposing the I. I mean, something you could break it down further. It's not really broken down as far as Descartes wanted it to be. It's including the I presupposed, the
Right.
identity, and then the causality. Therefore, I am the ontology. So you still got things in there that are unjustified.
Well, I would use phenomenal conservatism to justify it. That's my method of justification. It's a justificatory tool.
That is a tricky word. Um, So your worldview it's a justificatory tool, you said.
Yeah, phenomenal conservatism is how you approach the justification aspect. That's how I do. I mean, how do you?
Well, I presuppose God. So
Does that not presuppose anything else?
that's the ultimate presupposition is that Christian God
Right, but you say Christian, like that's bringing in a whole load of
specific.
term. Yeah, that's bringing in a whole lot, isn't it?
Well, it's
Like,
commitment, sure.
no, but I'm saying that presupposes like a creator deity. It presupposes all kinds of things.
The Christian God is the ultimate presupposition.
Right, but I'm saying to define that, like you're saying, like to get into that, you have to pull in a bunch of stuff. I mean, I don't know what all you affirm or what you can.
It's a bunch of created stuff from the ultimate presupposition. I mean, it's going to be fundamentally circular on a paradigmatic level. There's no doubt about it. All things created come from God. So whatever you're talking about bringing in and presupposing, the ultimate presupposition is the Christian God, which is where anything and everything would have come from.
Yeah, that can be your found. I'm totally cool with that being your foundation, but I'm saying to define that, you have to pull in a whole bunch of other stuff.
Well, when you say you're cool with it, I'm talking to someone who's merely having some experiences. Seems to be the case. So for you to be able to unpack that or say you're cool with it or refute it, well, I'm not sure you're qualified to do that in the worldview that you hold. And it seems like you need grants that I would be listening to the information you're bringing. And when I ask for justification, you say you have this tool that grants you the justification for what all the claims you're making, all the knowledge, the beliefs, all your opinions are all justified somehow from this tool.
Not just from the tool. That tool is specifically for the foundation for prima facie non-inferential beliefs. I would use transcendental arguments for not like when you ask a question. I mean, when you're saying like, why should you listen to me? I can't make any normative claims. Like you can't make those normative claims against me either. You can't give me a reason to listen to you that I have to submit to. Like I could just leave the call. You have no control over that. So I don't know.
There's nothing that you. I mean, in my worldview, I certainly can.
You can force your worldview on me and your worldview.
No, I can apply my worldview to you saying you're incoherent. You're the base of your worldview is a philosophical tool that you think solves the epistemic justification, which is in question. The logic that you use, the ethics that you're assuming and disregarding, that you're bringing into the conversations, into the concepts and propositions that you're assuming to be the case are unjustified. And this tool doesn't justify them. I think you
I
wanted
believe it does. Do you have you said it's incoherent. What's the critique?
a tool as a justification for knowledge, for reality itself. A tool, like we use logic as a tool, right?
Okay.
It doesn't bring things into existence, does it? It doesn't make things right or wrong. It's a tool. It doesn't have any explanatory power of the nature of reality. It's a tool. You're going to try to navigate your position from a tool.
I'm saying it's the foundation. I don't know what you're.
It is a tool.
Are you saying that my? Are you saying that my? Yeah, I just don't understand the critique. Where's the contradiction? What's the P and not P here?
I'm just not clear on what your starting point is. I'm trying to gather an idea from what you're saying. You've cited, I think, therefore I am. Do you word that differently?
I said the foundation is phenomenal conservatism. That's my position.
Okay, where did I think, therefore I am come into it? Ultimate presupposition?
That's a transcendental argument for the existence of reality.
The argument, that's the argument itself. That
Or
contains,
sorry for my existence. Sorry. Yeah, I believe that argument works for me. I can't force you to accept it. If you have a contradiction, if you have a critique of that, I'd be glad to hear it.
well, I'm trying to explore it a little bit. I'm trying to point out that you're saying that's presupposed. I would ask you what that is, what that entails.
My perceptions, essentially.
It sounds kind of circular. You're still referring to yourself.
Yeah, perceptions are the foundation. I can't go below it. I mean, thinking is a percep. So I think, therefore I am. I have a perception that I think, and therefore I have a perception that I am, and then my justification for my own existence is the impossibility of the contrary. And if you have a critique of that, like if you can point out a contradiction in that, I'm welcome to hear it.
Well, I'm not sure if I can solve that so much as I'm trying to see if you can move forward with that. How are you bringing in causality into the worldview? Saying that's the basic premise. How do you account for the causality?
Or I account for causality, you mean as in like
That something's thinking, therefore something is.
um that's not a I don't think that's a causal statement. That's just a proposition. It's like a logical argument.
The thinking is causing the ontology, right?
The ontology of myself at the base level I hold as perception. And I perceive that I think, and I perceive that I am, and I can try to justify it. I can try to make an argument for that case. If someone wanted to argue against this, if you're trying to argue to me that I don't exist, my defense would be cogito. And that, I mean, I don't see a contradiction in that. I don't see how it's incoherent.
Well, it's more about breaking it down. If it can be broken down more, is how I'm thinking about it.
No,
Because
I think perception is just the foundation. It can't be broken for me. Like I mean, maybe it could, but I just haven't found anything.
what does perception entail?
Just what you perceive. I mean, I can't.
That's not that's not an answer.
Well, like I mean, I mean, language. All definitions are circular at a linguistic level. Like I
Well,
can't.
yeah, well, it's not the definition that we're after. We're after the concept within the claim, right?
Well, I could say perceptions are things like my sensory perceptions, auditory, visual.
Right. A network of
Those are
ideas.
descriptions of it.
There's still that's kind of what I'm saying though. There's still a network of things going on when you say perception. It still entails a host of things. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah. But it's not coming from that. It does entail that, yeah.
I mean, it's not like you're trying to hold it as like a base of a fundamental idea, but it seems that there's a web of ideas within that, and then to leap into causality, meaning, value, and purpose. I mean, how are you going to take that step?
How do I get to causality from perception? I perceive causality.
You just perceive it, and if you don't perceive it, then you don't.
Yeah, if I don't perceive it, then I wouldn't perceive it.
Causality is just some sort of figment of your imagination, perhaps.
It could be. Could the Christian God be a figment of your imagination?
Could it be?
Is it logically possible? Is it metaphysically possible that
In
you're
my, I mean, in my worldview, no, that's not a possibility in the worldview I hold.
Could you demonstrate that? Do you have a proof of that?
I hold that God is the necessary precondition for all things. So in that worldview, it wouldn't entail that being a figment of my imagination.
So why would God be the precondition? I assume that you're gonna go to like tact and say that God is the necessary precondition for essentially everything, knowledge, and all that kind of stuff. So do you have a proof of that?
Proof as in what? Like laying
An
it out.
argument, like
in
yeah, with
deductive
premises,
syllogism.
conclusions, yeah.
I mean, it's not a deductive or an inductive argument. I can put it into a deductive syllogism, but it's a transcendental argument. It's a complete worldview argument.
Right, but you still have to use premises and valid forms of inference.
So now you're bringing in have tos into the conversation from
By definition, yeah. If you want to engage
well, I'm
in
not
what I
interested
consider an
in
argument.
definition. I'm interested in my interlocutor here, how you have knowledge of these things and how you're making such demands in your worldview. It doesn't seem that you can take these coherent leaps unless I grant you them.
No, I don't care what you grant me. I'm saying for you to present a
You
valid
do care
argument.
what I grant you because I'm granting you how you're telling me I need to construct an argument.
No, I don't care if you don't have one. I'm not forcing you. You can leave if you don't have one. You could admit that you don't. I really don't care if you have one or not.
I'm making a different point here, Howdy. Anywhere we go and navigating to these conversations, you're being granted that you're coherent, that you're making sense, that your worldview applies, that you seem to have a foundation of perception, cogito, and solipsism, a mess here where you can't really truly know anything. But suddenly, when you start talking to people and they grant you conversation, you bring in these rules and obligations and say, oh, you have to do this, you have to do that. So I'm drawing you back to your foundation, saying how you're making these steps into meaning, value, purpose, causality.
I'm not making claims about that. I'm just saying your question
That all
necessarily
assumes
presupposes knowledge.
that what you're engaging is a conversation that's assuming those things. They're still unjustified in your worldview.
I'm saying your question presupposes them. It's a transcendental argument. It's a necessary precondition for what you're doing. You can accept that or not. I don't care. Now, if you have an actual critique of my worldview where you have a contradiction, if you could put that in some sort of
I'm trying to. I'm trying
and if
to.
not, and if you can't, then we can. And if you're saying that you can't engage with any internal critique of your own, I mean that's just. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just sort of telling of your position if you're unwilling to engage in internal critiques of your position. Like if I'm just saying if you were to
No,
debate
it's
someone
not
officially,
actually. There's a bigger point to be made here that you're either avoiding or not accepting. Because if I'm going to let an interlocutor critique me, I want to know his worldview is making sense. I want to know that he has justification for causality, meaning, value, and purpose. That he's not just navigating in a way where he's assuming these things and assuming that I'm going to grant him the conversation to critique me in such a way.
okay, well I could say I'm not granting your critique to critique me.
Right, it's a game to you. It's not a commitment to a worldview. It's a commitment to, I don't know, whatever you're currently reading.
So you're saying that move makes the conversation a game. So are you saying that it's a game to you because it's an identical?
No, I'm saying you don't seem to have a committed worldview. So
I've been very clear on my worldview. I've allowed you to ask me 50 questions and try to eternal critique my worldview. You have not found a contradiction yet, and meanwhile, I can't even ask 3 questions of yours. Like this is like embarrassing for you, dude.
You've asked me a few questions, and I told you that my worldview presupposes the Christian God.
Right, and I asked you for a proof of that.
the proof is a logical argument. You can put it in
Yeah,
into.
I'm willing to allow you to present it, but you're
I
saying
know,
you
and
don't want
this
to
is where
present it.
right. That's where I stopped you. You're saying you're willing to allow. I'm
Yeah.
saying, wait a second. I'm here talking to a brain in a vat that's telling me what he's willing to allow. Let's just hold back a second. Let's
I didn't
draw
say I'm a
back
brain in a vat.
into his worldview. That
Speaking of brains in a vat, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat?
again, speaking to a brain in a vat, I'm wondering how he can critique my worldview. I find that interesting.
That's not my position.
It may as well be.
That's your assertion. Do you have a proof of that?
It is my assertion.
Do you have an argument? Do you have a critique? Do you have anything, dude?
I'm not. I mean, it's not even clear what your worldview is. I'm sorry. I know you've said a few things, but I'm just not following the coherency of your claim. You
Where's
think
do you have a contradiction? You said coherency. Where's the contradiction?
I think, therefore I am. We don't.
There's a contradiction.
Well, let me finish. Just hold on. I've got. I think, therefore I am. The I is perception. Perception, therefore, perception is. You got a flow of causality there, and then you use a navigating tool to justify that knowledge, in which you call, what's the term you use?
You don't remember? You're not even listening to anything I'm saying? I've said it like 10 times. This is a game to you. This is literally a game to you, dude. You're not listening to anything I'm saying. You're just trying to win
following
points.
you. I'm following you conceptually. I didn't remember the term.
You're not even trying, dude. This is so dishonest.
I'm trying to. I don't think that you have a coherent worldview.
How can you claim that when you don't even understand? Like I've told you what it was 5 times. You don't even remember the name of it, and you're claiming it's incoherent. Like this is ridiculous. Do you have an argument? Do you have a critique? Do you have anything, dude? And you're unwilling to give any grant any internal critique? Like,
Well, why would I grant an internal critique?
because not doing so is embarrassing in a debate.
I don't think it's embarrassing talking to you about this.
Okay. I'm free to continue, but I'm just saying, like, it's.
Well, yeah. Look, I forgot the term that you used, and you did mention it a few times. Like
several times, and you don't
so
remember.
What do you want to do?
Saying,
you want to talk about? You're saying I'm not listening to you, or you're now just going to move to. I'm not listening to you, so I'm wasting.
I mean, it's just apparent and it's just apparent.
I've never heard the term. I'm trying to put it together. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to listen to you and say, oh, okay, I haven't heard that before. Let me see if that works. You're
saying you don't even understand my worldview, and then you're saying that you have a contradiction of it. Like that's contradictory what you're saying. You can't say it's a contradiction and you don't understand it. Like you'd have to at least follow what I'm saying before you could find something like that. Like it makes you look so dishonest.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of dishonesty here. I think I'm not understanding.
Like I'm trying. Like I'm trying to. I'm engaging with you.
I don't think you have what it is. If you want to know what it is I don't think you have an actual commitment to a worldview. I think that
I've stated it 5 times. Do you have?
I know you
have an argument. Do you have anything?
You stated it. I'm going into a different department. I'm going into like the Department of Psychology. I don't think.
How do you know that God isn't giving you false sense perceptions? Your Christian God. How would you know that it's not giving you false sense perception? Or are you unable to answer any question?
There's not much I can do with a solipsist.
I guess you just have nothing.
Well, the solipsist admits they have nothing.
You admit you just can't answer a single basic question.
No, I mean,
Are you unable to answer?
I didn't answer you.
Do you want to say anything? Maybe the audience would like your answer, even if you can't convince me. Maybe there are non-solipsists. Maybe there are people with your exact worldview in the audience. And would you like to explain to them how you know that your God isn't giving you false sense perception, or do you think it doesn't matter?
Well, I just don't think it's part of my worldview that that's the case.
Yeah, but how do you know that? It's an epistemic question.
Right.
Do you not have an epistemology in your worldview?
I do have an epistemology.
So how do you know that it's not the case that your God is giving you false sense perception if you have an epistemology in your worldview?
It's not part of my worldview that God does that.
How do you know that?
We use
I'm
the
asking.
scripture.
I'm not asking you for your worldview. I'm asking you
You are
epistemically. How do
asking
you know?
a worldview, which entails an epistemological view. It presupposes the Christian God, revelation of knowledge in the scriptures. What you're asking me doesn't comport with something that is part of that.
Yeah, but how do you know
I
that the
answered.
Christian? You're saying that the Christian God does not give me false sense perception because he's the Christian God?
No, not because he's the Christian God. It entails more than that. I told you it's not part of the scriptures. It's not part of the
So it's
revelation.
is it revelatory?
Part of it is revelatory.
Is your epistemology revelatory?
Knowledge coming from God would be revelatory, yes.
Right. So how did you receive this revelation?
The entailment of how I received it is not something that I might be privy to.
Would you say you received it through your sense perception or something else?
I think I already answered you. I'm not necessarily privy to the entailment of all of that.
So you don't know where you get your epistemology from?
No, I told you that knowledge comes from God. I'm not sure about the mechanism exactly of what that fully entails. Revelation through scriptures, prayer, experience, and so forth. It's not necessarily one thing.
You wouldn't classify those as sense perception?
I mean, there's sense perception involved in that, Howdy. I don't narrow it down to only sense perception. But again, you're being granted a lot here to even have this conversation.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, if you're engaging in a conversation, we both agree to the stipulations.
I was trying to tell you that I don't understand your worldview, but you stopped me.
Yeah.
And you started to get a bit defensive and started attacking me for not listening to you and so forth. So I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, I
Hold on.
get irritated.
Hold on, Howdy. Hold on. I'm listening to you. I'm trying to listen to you. But I've said to you that I can't understand. It seems incoherent to me at this point. You're saying it's not. Okay, I got you. But I was still trying to explore it, but you prohibited me and then tried to, shame me for not listening to you closely enough. So we're kind of at an impasse there, unless you're willing to hash it out a little bit more.
Sure, I'm willing to answer questions if you are.
And
if you're unwilling to answer questions, then I will.
I'm saying I'm unwilling. I think that you've studied the transcendental argument, the tag and the tact. So you know my position. I've given you my position. So you do have that. I'm saying I don't necessarily think I've studied your position, and I hadn't even heard the term you used today, and I'm still trying to make sense out of it. Because I do try to have one-on-one discussions. I try to talk to who I'm talking to in that particular worldview. I'm not trying to navigate, all different philosophies of what could be the case for different questions. I find that to be a little bit more of a game. It's useful in certain applications, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go worldview to worldview. That's all.
Yeah, I think your worldview, as I understand it from what you've presented, I actually do believe it's incoherent, and I actually do believe there is a contradiction.
No.
Because your presentation of tact presupposes that it's sound, but if tact is sound, then the Christian God exists, and if the Christian God exists, he's revealed through divine revelation, and the divine revelation precludes perceptual or conceptual, pre-knowledge, foreknowledge.
So it's you're saying circularity.
No, I'm saying the Christian theology refutes your argument. And more than that, I think you have a lot of problems with your epistemology so far, from what I gather. So
Knowledge coming
maybe
from
you got to
God.
work on that one too.
Knowledge coming from God. You got to work on the explanation of how that
How
happened.
you receive the knowledge. Yeah,
Yeah.
because the God could be
Because
giving you
that
false
needs
sense perceptions. You have a Maxwell's demon in your worldview. He could be giving you false sense perceptions, and you have no
I
way
mean,
of verifying
I
that.
actually don't have that.
I know that you don't believe that. That's your worldview. I understand that.
But you're also assuming that even if this was the case, that you find contradictions, that there's problems. These are just issues of preference coming from your perception, as you say. These are just preferences. You want to impart that information to me.
Yeah, I'm saying if you want to not be contradictory, you might want a different argument.
Yeah, so there's no real problem in your view.
No, I don't care what you believe, unless
There's no real right and wrong in your view.
no, for me, maybe not in your worldview.
Well, I mean,
I don't think you have anything in your worldview.
The point of having a worldview argument is to take the interlocutor seriously. Go, oh, this person, this living being has some information. You know, so there's some good information, but they're also telling me, oh, there's no right and wrong. There's nothing that's actually true. It's just
there's right and wrong in my worldview. I'm just saying I can't force you to accept that
there's right or wrong in your worldview, and if you go the opposite way, then there's right and wrong in your worldview, or there's not, depending on the day. You just flip a switch. There's no commitment. It's like you're like a single man going to different relationships and arguing with people why they don't love their wife.
Yeah, I don't know what any of these character tags have anything to do with any argument. So I'm just saying it makes. Okay, well, I'm just trying to.
You're saying
help
there's
you.
right and wrong. There's right. I know. You're saying there's right and wrong in your worldview, but those are preferences. There's no objective right and wrong in your worldview. It's just subjective preferences.
Well, there's some. If by objective you mean stance independent, there are I can make stance independent claims, such as if you want to be consistent, your worldview should not. Your worldview cannot contain contradiction by definition.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a prescriptive declaration. That is a informative. You can accept that information or not. I can't control whether or not you will.
Right. It still falls in the category of subjective.
I don't know what you mean. Like that can take on a whole bunch of different meanings. If you mean by frame and stance independent, then no, that's that holds for you.
So when I ask you something objectively true, you're not going to tell me 2 + 2 = 4.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
If I ask you something objectively true, you're not going to tell me 2 + 2 = 4.
I would tell you that to get to 2 + 2, if you with the rules of logic and the rules of, I don't know, piano or arithmetic, it is a necessary entailment that 2 + 2 is equal to 4.
Necessary entailment, but not objectively true.
It's objectively true that it's a necessary entailment.
2 + 2.
Why should I grant you any of this? Your entire epistemology is like fucked.
Yeah, sure it is.
You don't see the problem with relying on divine revelation? You have no
internal. Reverse the script. Yeah, it's good. It's a good move.
You have no internal justification. All yours comes from revelation, which is external.
And
So
why do
how
you
are
think
you receiving that?
people need internal justification?
I mean, maybe you have an argument for external, but as you've presented it, it's
Why do you think people
contradictory.
need justification at all, Howdy, in your worldview? Why do you think that's a necessity?
If they want to have a non-contradictory worldview, it is necessary.
The necessity is based on a want, so the necessity is broken down conceptually to a preference, ultimately.
No, because I can't control whether or not something is metaphysically possible. That's not a preference. I mean, do you not see my critique of your worldview? If you're saying your epistemology is revelatory and external, you're presupposing the accuracy of your sense perception or whatever you're using to gather this. You're presupposing its accuracy. And it's fucked because the God that you're presupposing could be giving you false sense perceptions, and you have no way to justify that wasn't the case.
I'm trying to figure out what you think is a false sense perception. I'm not sure that you can claim what is true and false, except you've given me
Incoherence. I have a coherentist account for truth. Absence of defeaters. You have a defeater in your worldview that defeats your entire worldview, namely that your epistemology is revelatory from a God who's above you, who could give you false sense perceptions of which you have no control over.
You're saying that this God could do this,
right,
from a worldview.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying in my worldview, that's not what God does.
That's your belief. I'm asking you epistemologically, how do you know
that? It's part of the revelatory information in the worldview. You can call it belief.
Let me try to understand this. You're saying...
Yeah, let you try to understand it. You're a being that perceives with no commitment to what is true or false and right or wrong. Let you try to understand this, right? That's my point.
Yeah, that's your assertion.
I'm giving you the grant of letting you try to understand and argue without, what I see as any foundation in the world. You've given me your answers. That you have a justificatory tool, sure, and you're just a mass of molecules that perceives things, sure. Go ahead, tell the world what right and wrong is and true and false are, while saying that, well, those are just preferences. You need a grant in order to do that.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're either not understanding or you're just misrepresenting everything that I've said.
I'm saying from your position, the right and wrong and the truth and falsity of the matter are blurry. They're not even real. You need to be granted that those things are real in order for me to interact with you and assume your position.
I mean, by real, are you asserting infallibility? Is that what you mean?
I'm saying that you have no commitment to right and wrong. It's a preference.
No, I'm committed to the truth. If someone presents me a good argument,
okay, what is the truth?
Whatever. So again.
Yeah, again, what is the truth?
I have my foundation. Are you listening? You should write this down.
I'm not listening.
Okay.
All right, let's just talk later. You're getting kind of I don't know what you're getting. You're an interesting.
You're getting destroyed is what's happening. You got to work on your arguments. You got to read this stuff, man.
Yeah. All right. Good job.
Good luck with your revelatory epistemology, bro.
Good luck. Good luck with solipsism, dude. It's a great position.
Let's go to
I was
Teriok
just-
again. Okay,
Yeah.
so Teriok, let me just swoop it back here. Is like let's take Machine's argument for a second. From your view, is it possible for a God to exist that causes all of us to do everything we're doing?
Not if we're to say that we have free will. I disagree with Machine Lies in terms of like I don't think that everything's predetermined.
Okay, and
I
did you
think that
see
we
the
have free will.
problem with his view that if everything was determined, then our own beliefs would just be mechanistically unfolding? We wouldn't really know what's true or not. We would just be kind of babbling on as the sort of like, we'd be like God's toenail growing, right, slowly. Like there wouldn't be anything we're accessing that we know. We couldn't evaluate things properly. This is the same argument I use against determinism, like a naturalist, the universal mechanistic determinist view, which is everything's a giant machine, no pun intended, and it's all just unfolding from a cause. It's just determined to unfold, right? So at least we're all on board with this, is that his view is incoherent because it doesn't provide a possibility for knowledge. But this brings us back to your initial view, Teriok, is that you actually believe that we're actually accessing knowledge and that we're discovering truth, which the question is there anything that's a precondition that's necessary for truth to exist in a way that we can discover it? Because that's required. If we're discovering truth, there has to be a set of things that have to be the case for that to even be possible to begin with. Do we all agree that there is a set of conditions that need to be preconditions that need to be in effect for us to even gain knowledge?
I'd say so, yeah.
Yeah. And what are they from your perspective?
Again, like I said, we're about like 7 layers deeper than I thought that we were going to go. But in terms of like truth in off itself, like again, like to kind of raise my hand and say, listen, like that was something that I didn't think we were going to get into in terms of the definition of itself. The way that I would argue the reason why free will exists would be the argument against predeterminism, which TML was trying to argue off itself. But like I said, in terms of like like I'm happy enough to go with your definitions, but it seems like From your, I still don't understand how you're kind of like saying that. Okay, well, if truth exists, then there should be a mind. Ergo, that mind is the Christian God. I still don't understand that final step that you do.
Okay, but do you understand the first step, that from my view, truth is a mind, is a person? Because from your view, even if it's conceptual, I can still branch it to a mind, because, you know, atheists say truth is that which comports to reality or something. So they reduce truth to a set of descriptions. But then I ask you then the same question. Well, does anything else have to be true to start with for you to even come to true descriptions about the world? And they say, of course. Regularity of nature, we need minds, we need concepts, we need universals, laws of logic, math, reasoning, information, language, so forth. And so when I asked you the same question, okay, we have all these things. No one on this panel is going to give you a free backpack of those things, Teriak. So where we were before Machine came on is that you were trying to account for all of those preconditions for you to be able to apprehend truth. And you conceded to the preliminary argument that we've actually necessitated an absolute mind. You just don't know who it is, which I told you is fair.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to pursue a who-ness of God, there aren't many choices, right? You know, it's not like you could just invent any God, right? Or you could try, but would you agree that if it's true that there's an absolute God mind, is absolute mind at least generally synonymous with our general view of what God is, at least a what?
I guess, but like I still, like I said, kind of like in terms of the position that we're kind of like we're basically off in the weeds, if you get me. Like I said, in terms of the whole kind of
we're at home base. Actually, we're actually on the foundation. The weeds are out there. You want to be in the weeds. We're keeping you at home on the ground where everything starts and going, listen, Teriak, I'm not going to let you off the hook. You got to tell me where everything starts. If we're apprehending and discovering truth, you got to tell me what the source of truth is, because it's related to this debate. If we can discover truth, you've actually necessitated free will. To deny it, you end up like Machine lies, and nobody wants to end up like him. So you have there's a true dichotomy. Either we're discovering truth or there's no truth. The second is a contradiction to state that there's no truth. So we have to go with the first one. Now we both know there has to be a source for truth. Now, like Nadim and I have been saying, how are you going to account for truth existing and free will without necessitating our particular triune Godhead? Like how are you going to how are you going to do it?
Because again, like how do we make because we're basically kind of saying, well, it's a process of elimination, but then you're basically
Apophatic.
What you mean by apathetic?
Apophatic is like removing all of the nonsensical views, right? And removing what's not the case. It's a form of reasoning that's not additive, it's subtractive. And so, yeah, I agree. That's actually a good way to do it. Is you go, okay, well, we've removed Machine Lie's view. We've removed, there, by the way, Teriak, there's not many views. That's what I'm trying to get to. There's not many starting positions insofar as answering to the question, how do you account for all of the preconditions for knowledge being possible? And I listed them again for the audience: information, mind, laws of thought, meaning, regularity of nature, laws of physics, induction, communication, universal categories, particulars. All of these things we just kind of use. And I'm asking you, well, if you're gonna affirm free will, I'm happy, because that's a score. Okay, but to affirm free will, you're affirming all of the things I mentioned. Now I'm just gonna say, how do you account for the things I mentioned? Because the Christian view can account for those things, but your view has to account for it if you're going to reject the Christian all-knowing, the triune God, the triomni God, however you want to phrase it. You're going to have to then justify all of the things you're using to argue against God. So it's like, how are you going to do that? It's impossible.
For example,
it's like using God to argue against God.
Against God, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But but for example, how do you know it's not? How do you know that it's the Christian God and not the Judaism God?
The Jewy God?
The Jew-
Judaism God. Yeah.
I thought you said Chewy God, like the.
No, not the Chewy God.
So go ahead, Nadim.
The Christian God is the Jewish God, but I've been told that we should go more into epistemology. What is knowledge? What's
Justified true belief?
But isn't that a precondition for God? Isn't God the precondition of knowledge?
Or wouldn't it be God to be the precondition
No.
of truth?
I just gave you
God-
definition that didn't involve God.
Okay,
But if truth is knowledge, then God is
Truth.
the precondition of knowledge.
No, knowledge is. What are you?
Or
What are you
no-
talking
No,
or
about?
hold
knowledge-
on, Nadim. Let me like, try to clarify this for him. So what he asked, what's knowledge from your view? More recent philosophical take is a justified true belief. That's fine if you want to go with that. What Nadim's saying is that the fact that you have a justified true belief, that doesn't make it true, does it?
Well, by necessity, it has to be true.
Oh, it has to be true. So how do you know if I come to a justified true belief that God exists and he's all knowing, how would you know that that's not true if I just call it a justified true belief?
Because if he's all knowing, then the entailment would be that the future is known. If the future is known, then the future is true. The future is fixed. Ergo,
Okay, we know that
we're arguing
you're-
for predeterminism.
I understand that, but that requires truth has some ontology. That would assume that you have a methodology for coming to truth. Not only that, but that truth itself has its own ontology that you can justify. So we're back to square one again. If you're going to use truth being absolute and some methodology you're using to come to incoherent views and disregarding them, right? You're actually using a bunch of things that your own worldview can't justify. And so when we ask you, well, what's your belief? What's knowledge? A justified true belief. Well, do we invent a justified true belief, or do we access truth? Do we access the truth? You said discover, right? You said we discover.
Correct.
Truth,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I said discover.
So if we discover truth, and from your view, truth you admitted is conceptual, and take you down this line again, concepts are habitually tied to a mind. You can't point to one concept we know of that isn't dependent on a mind. If we know that truth is discoverable, and under your view it's conceptual, you yourself are necessitating an all-knowing God. And this is where this is where machine ended up coming in and derailing, is that how could you have truth being absolute and have a not all-knowing God? Because now we know we need a God. You're just saying he's a handicapped God who doesn't know it. He's got a head injury God.
No, all I'm saying is simply that
Helmet
you can't make the claim that he is all knowing, while also making the claim that we have free will.
Okay, but
That's
here's
all
the
I'm
thing.
saying.
You can't claim. I understand that. I think we've already debunked that with secondary cause, but you have a bigger problem anyway. The problem is you can't claim that truth and knowledge exists without an all-knowing God. And
Jim,
both of
can
us
I ask
start
you-
with all-knowing God, that truth is absolute. That's why we're here debating, is because we start with truth is absolute, accessible, apprehendable, and we can debate toward it, right? So that's the question, is like, how could you say truth is absolute, conceptual, knowledge exists, we can apprehend it, but it's from a not all-knowing God who doesn't possess all of it? It's just a partial knowledgeable God
Because,
who's just giving
like I
us
said,
crumbs,
to-
like
Because I give you the counterfactual to say that the future is known is to say the future is fixed. Correct?
hold on. No, we're not in your argument. We're in what you're using to argue right now.
Mhm.
So again, what if you believe truth is absolute and knowledge is ascertained, discovered by our human minds? I'm going to ask you more plainly: who or what is the source of knowledge?
But that we can put that to side. I'm just saying.
No, but we have to answer that.
you can't.
But you can't. You
Yeah,
can't.
no,
put that aside.
No.
can't put that
Because
to
again,
the
like
side.
all I've been doing is answering questions. My counterfactual, because like I said, I was the one who gave the premises and the conclusion at the very beginning. So like I said, like I said, in terms of to know the future is to imply the future is fixed. Correct?
To know anything
Oh, yeah.
assumes a source of knowledge.
And where is that source of knowledge?
That's a circular definition.
No,
No.
any knowledge that
Okay.
exists requires a source. If you're the source of knowledge, you're just basically the God that we're arguing for. So
Yes,
if-
but what I'm saying is to say is if the future is known, the future is fixed. Correct?
I have a question
no,
about
no.
truth. Well, who are
no.
we to say which
is the
truth is
knowledge-
correct, right?
So Izzy, go ahead.
There's only one truth.
Yeah, people, we
But
don't have
who are
Oprah
we-
truth.
Who are we to say which truth is correct? Because there are people that believe in many different things, and I am a
That's
God
massive
follower.
fallacy. That's
Well,
massive.
there's people have their truth,
hmm
and there's the truth. Okay, it's
Right.
that simple. So it's either they
No,
believe their
listen.
lie or they believe the truth.
Is he?
But my point
that's
is,
massive. Oh no, that's the sorry. It's a very easy thing to negate because it's just a basic philosophical fallacy. It's called the mass appeal fallacy. If all world believe something, then it must be true. No, that's if 10 people believe something is 1 plus 1 equals 3, it doesn't mean that 1 plus 1 equals 3. It's that.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
If
agree.
so many
One plus
people
one-
believe something, it doesn't
one
like
plus-
someone says there's so many religions though. How can one of them be true? Well, yeah, that wouldn't be a good reasoning against one of them being true. There could be a million created religions. It wouldn't be an argument that one of them can't be true because of the mere mass of the beliefs. But are you asking, Izzy, how do you know two different beliefs that they wholly believe what they're saying is true? How do you know
Right.
which one's true?
right? And
Well, I
then
would use-
my other
okay.
go ahead. My other
Well, I would-
question is
go
to
ahead.
Tarek: where are you stuck? Like, what is not making sense?
So again, I keep saying that to say that is all knowing, that God is all knowing, is to imply that the future is known. To imply that the future is known is to imply the future is fixed. If it's already fixed, then it's written. Then you
Right,
get down
and-
to predeterminism.
If
My
you could
argument
know-
there is
go ahead.
then what's the power of prayers? Correct? If it's already
That's
fixed,
no,
I
that's
would
an
like those
experimental.
answers so then people can understand.
That's a personal experimental fallacy. You can't use.
Wouldn't like now? Here's my question for this. Mary went to Jesus, asked him to help out at the wedding. We got a problem. We ran out of the good Jesus. Ran out of wine.
Right.
Jesus said, "It's not my time." Then Mary went and interceded, and then Jesus is making Jesus juice. So we do know that God knew all that. Jesus is God, so he knew that this was going to happen. And then when she went and interceded, that changed his time. So how is that not him all knowing and things and then she making a choice to intercede, not show both of those?
But that
show
makes sense to you and I, but it does not make sense to many other people out there, right? Because we have faith.
Yeah, that's why I agree with that because we can't use scripture to argue against terror.
No, I'm just using like that passage like to kind of show that God was all knowing, Jesus is all knowing.
Yeah.
There was something that changed.
Scripture says
Yeah.
it is all.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the argument. I think the argument is for Tariq to know the logical implication of free will requires knowing God.
Right, so does truth. That's why instead of free will, because if you think truth is possible, Teriak, which then free will would be an aspect of choosing to move toward truth. Even if you try to reduce truth to a set of descriptions about reality, something that comports with reality, that's why the question is so palpable, and that what you don't honestly, not to attribute intent, but you don't want to answer it, is that in your criticism of an all-knowing God knowing things, therefore we don't have free will because he knows what's going to happen. So we're just kind of like doing his will that he already knows is going to happen. You have to then deny truth exists, because if you believe truth exists and that we willfully pursue it, Teriak, like then you've actually necessitated a source for truth. So the problem is, your source of truth is a handicapped DEI God. It really is. Like you have a God that gave you free will, gave you mind.
You're lagging, Jimmy.
Is this my internet?
No, I think it's Jim Bob.
I get
think
hit
this
every hour.
Oh, there he
and
is.
50. I get hit
Can't
every
hear.
hour and 50 minutes every single time. What I was saying is that Teriak, do you see, even if you don't want to answer the question, I wish you would, do you see that saying truth is something we can apprehend and it's absolute, and knowledge is something we can gain and it's discoverable? Do you see why we would ask, isn't there a source for that then? Like, do you understand why
Like,
we're asking, is there a source?
But basically, like, what's happening, Jim Bob, is I'm asking you a simple question: that if the future is known, it is to imply the future is fixed. But when I say that, I was like, well, then what do we mean by known? What do we mean by truth?
I understand, but to say the future is known assumes that you can know anything, and so it's fair to ask, okay, if you're going to do this critique and say God knows all, therefore everything you do is fixed, you're saying God causes all things and you're denying truth exists. Here's why. If you believe that knowledge exists, it necessitates an all-knowing God. If you deny an all-knowing God because he denies you your free will, then you don't have the truth. You don't have access to truth to even say that. You're stuck in a true dichotomy.
No, because again, like I said, I give the example, like the foreknowledge as non-causal. Another approach suggests that God's foreknowledge might not be what causes the future events. Rather, it's our free actions that causes God's knowledge, right?
Secondary.
But since God is outside of
Secondary.
time, this relationship is not
Secondary.
causal in a temporal.
Secondary, not
Yes. So
Secondary.
the criticism to that is, even if God's knowledge of the future doesn't cause it, the fact that the future is known implies it's fixed. The causality
No, that's
might be
just
reversed,
It's not known by
but the implication
humans.
of determinism
Oh,
remains
what
if
are you-
knowledge is
what are you
infallible.
trying to
Because the
say?
knowledge can't be wrong.
Is it known by
Right.
humans?
It's not known by
Listen.
man. Yeah, that's gonna say it's not known by man.
But
It
that's what
doesn't matter
that's
if
what
it's
he's-
known by man
listen,
or not.
Arya,
The fact that when you say that God is all knowing implies that
What
God
are you-
knows the future, which means whatever
are you-
God knows is right,
you
which
trying-
means that the future must be
It's gonna
known, which
happen.
must be true,
Right,
which must be fixed.
predetermined. Predetermined. I see what
Exactly,
he's
Izzy.
saying.
Listen, Izzy,
I hear
let
what
me go
he's
through.
saying.
No, Izzy, please let me go. What do you mean by fixed? What does fixed mean?
Determined already.
So the
Yeah, it can't be changed.
okay. So is there no potentiality then? If there's if it's fixed, then is there the potential worlds?
If you're to say that God is all knowing, then that's what you're saying.
Well, okay, hold
No.
on, wait a minute. Wouldn't it
Yes.
be-
Yes.
No,
Yes.
Let me ask you this:
That's
Would it be like, if we're all sinners, if from the Protestant worldview, if we're all sinners, right, then we're all predetermined to go to hell? But then those that who choose to accept Christ as their Lord and Savior obviously made a change and changed that, but God already knew that, right?
Yes, this is the contradiction that I'm trying to point out.
But he's not there
If you're
yet.
to say that God is all
but
knowing,
listen,
you're to say that
listen.
it is predetermined.
But he's not even there yet, so we can't.
no,
really
but
use
then
that argument with him.
knowledge doesn't suppose causality. Listen, let's not even talk about
I've
foreknowledge.
just the criticism I gave does not, because you keep bringing up
Okay,
causality.
then it
I'm not
doesn't-
talking about causality.
You
But
are.
Then it's
You
not
are.
I'm not.
equal.
You,
I'm
you
not.
are. Dude, listen, this
I'm
is how
not.
you are. This is how you are. I'll tell you how you are. If you say something's fixed, is caused.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
To say that
If
it's
something
fixed is to say that it's unchanged. It cannot change.
That means it's
Okay,
caused.
Then if someone knows something, then he caused it. That's what you're saying. That's a perfect steal, man. It's a perfect steal, man. You
No, it's
said
not.
that
You're basically you're trying to throw in cause, and
future-
then you give, and this is what happened the
There's-
last thing where
Tell
you
me,
go
no,
into a
Teriak,
loop.
Teriak,
cause.
tell me one engineered thing, like a clock or something, that's fixed but not caused.
Yeah. So, for example, like when I gave the Twitch analogy, just because they made Twitch didn't mean they caused it to become a softcore porn website.
What? No, that's an outcome. We're talking about something like mechanistically occurring, right? So, sure, intent would be required with free will, but if you're saying God knowing all is equivalent to causing every
Okay, so
choice to
I'm
actually happen.
I'm on a mountain range. I can see across the road that there's basically a lorry coming towards to run over two people. I know that they're going to get run over. Did I cause them to get run over?
That's our point. That's our point. If God knows the future, it doesn't presuppose that he caused it. That's exactly our point.
That's what I'm saying. But the fact that he knows means it cannot change. which means it cannot change, which means they're not free to jump out of the way. That's basically what I've said.
I know, but that negates your ability to have truth if you believe that.
Yes, then it's impossible the truth.
This is where we get into the loop where
No,
this
the
keeps
loop
going
is-
round.
no,
It's
no,
like,
no,
well,
no,
you're saying that he caused it, but I'm not saying he caused it. This is
No, but
like,
what you got to
I
choose.
think we need to
Which are you
simplify.
arguing though? Which are you arguing, Teriyaki?
I'm arguing that we have free will. I'm arguing that we
Okay.
have free will. to
Okay,
be clear.
great.
Okay,
You have,
so-
okay,
so-
I'm telling you, you don't have access to arguing that you have free will because you have no justification for free will to begin with, let alone what I've said before, truth, apprehending truth, knowledge, all of these things that you're assuming you have, right? You're using to argue against the God, an all-knowing God, right? From this really flawed, and it's already been explained, primary cause, secondary cause. The knowledge of something doesn't actually dictate the what's being caused in the secondary sense. You've just admitted it, right? That with the train analogy. So if you still don't understand at least the distinction between first cause and secondary cause, I'm fine with not looping back in. But you don't get out of the corner you're in by assuming truth exists, that it's absolute, apprehendable, discoverable, knowledge exists without any source. You just keep assuming knowledge, free choice, truth exists. We can come to truth. We can do debates. And I asked you from your worldview, which affirms free will, how is it your worldview accounts for discoverable truth without a mind who is the source of all truth, who is the source of all knowledge? Tell me.
But I don't get why we end up at that position.
Because you're assuming it in your argument. Oh, you're saying you can question our argument for free will existing with an all-knowing God, but we can't cross-examine what you're assuming in your argument by arguing against us? Of course we can. It's relevant.
No,
Why?
I don't get why we have to go back or why we have to.
Okay, well, Terry, my question is, where does free will come from then?
The choice that we experience.
No,
Because
that's-
again, like to
So then you create your free will?
Yeah, so the argument,
That's a tautology.
You have free will.
the
Okay, I
argument then
appreciate
comes
that.
down
So
to
who-
predeterminism
alright.
versus free will, because those are the two
Teriyaki,
polar
and
opposites.
who gave you those choices?
We either have a free choice, like because again, like what would be the argument that someone has to give us those choices?
We're just born with it.
Just
Well,
born with it. Yeah.
But
Maybe
like,
I'm
where
born
did it
with
come from? Like everything comes from something. So
You have free will. 'cause we
where
have
does
free
where
will.
does this free will that
Yes,
you think
so
of
again-
come from? Where did you get it? Did you just find it and you're like, I got this free will here?
Yeah, why are you not implying that it has to come from God?
No. Well, because
I'm saying it has to come from a source, right?
Well, because you're assuming mind exists, right? Now, let's go to mind. Do you have a mind, or you think you're just a machine unfolding?
Again, like I said,
Again, you don't want to answer. Where?
No,
If you say I have, hold on.
I've
If
already
you
answered.
say
I've
no,
already
no,
answered that we have a mind,
Teriyaki,
that we
if
have
you
these
say-
choices. Like I said,
no. I think therefore I am is garbage. You can't just say I. If we want to know from your worldview, what is the I you're referring to, and who is the source that you?
but we
an I exists?
get into a game of like constantly like having to define
not the
every single
game.
thing in language.
Dude, it's your language. It's your words. You say
Yeah,
I,
like
yes.
again, I'm happy enough that we have a break, and then I go into that whole thing of like literally getting definitions
Did
of
you
every
say
single
I?
word in the
Did you
English
say
language.
I? Did you say I make choices? Referring to yourself?
Yes, I've already said,
Great.
I've stated multiple
You
times in
have-
this whole debate
you have free
that we
will.
have free will. That like,
Okay, great.
because
How
like
do you-
again, we
how
can
do you have
we
free
can
will?
go into regressive like definitions of like every single word in the definition of the English language.
No, we're not doing that though.
I-
Okay,
I
so
think-
don't stop
I-
acting like we're doing that because we're not. I'm just asking you a simple question like Glenna asked, is that you need to
It's-
justify the statement. You can't just reaffirm that you have free will. Everyone could
Yeah.
say that. We're asking to justify that you have
Yes.
free will. Affirming it again
Because
and stating
to
you
state-
do
Yes,
is
okay.
not a justification.
Again, to state that we have to see even the concept of free will, it's either free will or predeterminism. Correct?
Right.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. So
Sure.
then the argument against predeterminism being the doctrine that all events, including moral choices, are determined completely by previously existing causes. So if predeterminism is true, then every event, including human choices, is causally determined by preceding conditions and the laws of nature. If all actions are predetermined, individuals do not have free will because their choices are an inevitable result of past events and natural laws. Moral responsibility typically assumes that individuals could have acted differently, had free will, which is incompatible with actions being predetermined. Conclusion. Therefore, if predeterminism was true, it would undermine the concept of moral responsibility, where people would not have the free choice to choose otherwise.
Wait, did you say moral responsibility?
Yes, and then we can get into more responsibility.
Another thing that requires an absolute source. Okay.
Yes, so again, then we can have premise one, society
really
functions on the basis that cooperative interaction among its members for cooperation to be effective and beneficial.
You're borrowing
Therefore,
God's backpack, dude. You're borrowing God's backpack.
But
are you not assuming that it's from God?
Truths matter here.
No. Listen,
this is where perspective.
We don't give you assumption. We don't give you assumption. You can't make any assumption about God, because if
you can't make any assumption about God. One sec. Did you just say you can't make any assumption about God?
He's saying you can't based off of your position.
You cannot.
He can. Anybody can.
No, listen.
For the argument from his argument. He's saying he can't.
It's impossible for him to make the argument. You can't say moral, which works with morality, if we can't even question what is then this absolute morality you're referring to. We have to question it, because we can't just sit here and grant you the what Jim Bob said, the backpack that God created, or that backpack has.
Yeah, you're using his tool.
Okay, so if all I've said is more responsibility. I have to actually define
or say moral.
Moral, this responsibility.
Moral,
if we are okay. Let's play this game. Okay, prove that morality comes from God.
Prove that morality comes from God.
Is morality objective?
Yeah, is it?
No, I'm asking you to prove. I'm asking for where's your proof? I'm asking you for the proof. Nadim, ask for the proof.
You take a logical. Would you take a logical?
No, Jim Bob. Let Nadim cook by himself.
That's fine.
Can you take a logical approach to it? Is morality objective?
I'm asking you the question for the proof.
I need to know what the definition of morality. I'm walking you through. I can't go through if you don't.
Yeah, give me your definitions. Give me your proof.
Is morality objective? I can't go off.
He's trying to. So in order to understand,
you can't give the definition without asking the question.
In order to understand where you're coming from morality, he needs to understand if you think morality is objective. He's trying to see your worldview before he.
I'm asking for his worldview, Glenn. I'm asking for his worldview, but he won't give any worldview. He won't put anything in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Worldview is a fallacy.
Yes, but you're the one that made the claim that morality comes from God. You're the one that made the claim. Yes, so prove that it comes from God.
He's clarifying what you mean by morality. That's fair.
Yes.
But he's the one that made the claim.
Periok, just say what you mean by morality, dude.
He's the one that made the claim that morality comes from God.
We need to determine whether you're talking morality or ethics, because that's going to be huge. So that's why he's trying to ask you.
He made a claim. He made a claim, Glenn, that morality comes from God.
Yes,
I asked him to prove that.
Do you believe that morality is objective?
In order to prove it, I need to know.
But this is what I'm saying. It's constantly like I ask a question, then it's a question back, and it's like, oh well, we have to go through things. All I'm asking him is he made the claim, so I'm asking him to prove the claim, and he won't prove the claim.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Like it's already a 2v1 debate, and then like I said, it's on top of this as well.
You know where it started, though, right? You said in your statement, right? You said in your statement.
Yes, but it's like no. He's the one that made the claim that morality comes from God.
How do we get to morality? How do we get to morality? Did you bring it in? You brought it in, right?
But again, Jim Bob,
did you bring it in? Yes or no?
All I'm saying, I said. Again, the question came from the question came from the question came from how do you know free will exists? And then I start giving the definition of predeterminism fighting thing.
Did you use the term moral?
Yes. Okay,
and then Nadim made the claim that morality comes from God, and I said prove it.
Okay, I'm gonna prove it. I just need
prove it
for us to have a consensus what the word morality actually is. So, in your view, is morality objective?
What is your definition of morality? What is your definition of morality?
Yes or no?
Can I answer this?
Nadim, just say if. Just do the condition. Just say if morality is
I can tell
objective.
you
Exactly.
Okay, from the
I'll do the
Bible.
condition.
If
I'll
you
do the
think about
condition.
Ten
Izzy,
Commandments,
please let me. I've been trying to let
I'm trying to
Dariak
help you here.
listen
We're
to my
not. We can't
argument.
read in the Bible. We're not
No,
doing
yeah, you
hermeneutics.
can't use the Bible as
You're not
a
arguing against the
source.
But he's
sentiment.
asking to have a proof that God says, right?
You
can
can't
go
use the
off-
Bible as
that's-
proof.
Yeah,
It's
you
not a
can't use
logical
the source.
proof. It's
Yeah.
not a logical proof.
No,
So
sorry.
you can't
Izzy,
use
let
the
me-
Bible
let's
or
just-
any book.
No, because
No.
the Bible presupposes you have faith in it. He doesn't, so we won't use the Bible to prove something that someone doesn't believe in. Okay, so if morality isn't objective, which it is, okay, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll give you my statement. Morality is objective. If morality isn't objective, then you won't have any standing on what is good or right, or what is wrong, or right or wrong. There is no moral truth if it's not objective. And to swing back to the transcendental argument that Jim Bob was using, is that you cannot have anything objective without the truth, without knowledge. And the truth is a person, it's a being, it's God. Because you have to do the reasoning again of the transcendental, is that you cannot have logic without a mind, and the same thing that Jim Bob. I'm not going to repeat.
It's just used for morality now,
Again,
right?
you still have not proved that morality
Okay,
comes from God. Here.
let me do it, Nadim. Let me do it. It's the same argument I
Again,
used.
Jim Bob has to take over. So this is what I'm saying. It's
No, it's
4v1 here.
fine.
folks. Do you know what I mean?
Doesn't matter.
Because like Nadim is literally like, yeah, basically what Jim Bob says.
No,
like
it's
that,
true.
that's basically
It's
just
true.
I was
It
just
is
like that-
true.
sure.
that's
I'm
basically
trying
like
to
what I'm
play middle
saying.
here.
Okay, but Teriak, but do you understand that when I walked you through the necessity of an absolute mind, you totally dodged it? Now you're going to ask Nadim for the same argument.
I've been answering the questions non-stop.
No, you dodged it.
The
I
questions
asked
have
you
been the
Dude,
questions have
Teriak,
been
no,
non-stop
dude.
one way.
No, Teriak, did you answer
Have
the
they not?
question? Teriak, did you answer the question? Does truth have a source?
Yes.
No, you didn't. You dodged it every.
Did I not say it was a mind? Did I not agree it was a mind?
Was it an absolute mind?
So did I answer it?
So is that
I did.
yes?
I did. Yes.
So it is-
So I
so it
did.
is
Okay, so I
we
used
can wind back the pace. We can
same
wind
argument,
wind
morality.
back the pace.
You're
Like,
saying-
Same,
This is what I'm
same
saying.
argument. Same argument for morality. You
'Cause
should accept already by then morality, if it exists, it's absolute. If it's not absolute, it just doesn't exist. Nadim is doing the same argument.
I asked Nadim to prove it because again, like I said, it's a 4v1 argument at the moment.
Well, it's not for everyone. I'm just
No.
trying to get
But,
clarifying questions. I've just been
I'm
asking
playing middle
questions.
here.
Were you not quoting scripture earlier on, Glenn?
Well, I actually use it as an example.
Yes,
to-
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. It's a 4v1 thing. So like anytime that I ask a question, then it's literally
Okay, I'll mute.
it's-
I'm going to mute.
I
Then.
gotta get
Nadim,
questions.
go ahead.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, listen. If we already agreed that a mind is necessary for truth, it's the same thing for morality. Okay, morality cannot be something absolute or an absolute truth if it doesn't come from that mind, which is the source of that truth. So morality needs to come from a source of truth, or else it's not morality. It's not something objective. It's just something relative that comes in your mind. So you can't use the word morality. Something you said that it wouldn't be something moral if we lived in a predetermined world, but then this morality would be subjective.
Yep.
It can't be subjective. Morality is objective because it relates to the truth. To the mind that I just basically referred to the argument that Jim Bob said. I'm not going to repeat it because it's long, but you already accepted. No, but okay.
You did accept it, though.
Let's repeat it then. You accepted his argument, though. You said that the mind is a necessity for truth. If the mind is a necessity for truth, then this mind is the source of that truth. And if this mind is the source of that truth, then this mind is the source of morality, because the morality is an objective truth. Okay, is that good enough for you? I made the whole argument back because you already.
My argument was prove that it comes from God, and you still have not yet
Well, I
proved
just
that it
told
comes
you
from
that
God.
that mind
Okay.
is God.
Okay,
Just
look.
replace God.
Let me try to reframe what he said.
Yeah, then prove that
If
mind
you-
is God.
If
But
you
that's what
agree-
I'm saying. Jim Bob has to like. This is
Okay,
what I'm saying. Like, it
look,
might as well just
dude.
be 1v1.
Well, he just
Like
Dude,
this
did
is
that
what I'm
though.
saying. It's like 4v.
Look, you
4v1.
agreed, dude. You agreed an absolute mind exists. Is that synonymous with God or not?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Is an absolute mind, the argument I gave that you conceded that truth necessitates an absolute mind, is an absolute mind synonymous with God in your view or not?
It could be.
Okay, if it could be, then for argument's sake, to be charitable, Teriak, just say, okay, for the sake of argument, let's call the absolute mind God. We've necessitated him, it, mind for truth. Nadim's argument now is morality, if we're referring to morality, Teriak, as how we ought to be in the world, how we ought to be, how we align with our free will, what we align our will to as a standard, correct? Is that fair enough?
But how do we get to the Christian God?
No, listen, you gotta.
No,
you're
we're not
listening.
taking that leap yet.
You're not
We're
listening.
Not taking that leap yet.
But those were determined.
You asked for an
laws. We also
argument and
have
you're not
laws.
listening, dude. I just asked you, when we refer to
No, no,
morality,
no.
are we referring to an ought claim about how we ought to operate in the world, that we're aligning ourselves with a standard of moral truth? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So if the standard of how
That's
to
the argument
behave
I made.
can only be reflected in a who-ness, because we can't have a what standard. There's not a rock that tells us how we behave, right? Is there a tree that tells us how to behave as a human? Is there a sky? Is it the astronomy? Is there anything in the world that you can point to that could be the standard for how you ought to be in the world, other than a being?
It could be taught by his parents or grandparents.
That's a
No,
being.
no, is he?
It does not have
Yeah,
to come
like,
from
yeah,
religion.
like I said, like I'm
There
even
are
from granted
laws.
this, like we can keep going down. Like give me the next one. Give me no,
What a
Jim Bob,
waste.
give me the next one. Give me the next one.
I need you to follow what I'm saying.
What do
It's a
you mean
yes or no
next
Yes,
question.
yes, I said
Okay.
yes.
So now, just like absolute truth, you've agreed is synonymous with God for the sake of charity and the argument. It's the same bridge conversation. If you just necessitated by logic that the only potential absolute standard for morality is a being, an absolute being, just like the standard for truth, the source of all truth, all knowledge, is now necessitated for the standard, the being, the ontological being for morality, the good. Okay, it's a being. So it doesn't matter if we didn't skip to the Christian God yet. Okay. What's important is that you get the bridge right now, is that yes, you've conceded to two bridge arguments. One, absolute truth requires an absolute mind. We've said that's synonymous with God. We've said absolute morality, which is the only possible morality there is. There's no subjective morality. Requires also a beingness, because it's telling our ought statements, oughts about how we are, how we ought to operate in the world. Now, if you're going to go standardless, there's no point in bringing the term morality into free will. Now that you've conceded to two arguments that both point to an absolute being, which under your own acknowledgement is equivalent, even vaguely, ambiguously, God. So now the only question for you, Teriak,
Is
to
which
move
God?
forward is which God, and that, maybe that's not today, dude. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's just that at least stay on the raft we gave you, because you can't go back after this.
No, because again, the whole kind of underlying
Can-
logic
can
here
you
is
check-
presupposing. The whole underlying logic here is presupposing that we're just contributing that mind to God.
No, we just logically did it. It wasn't a presupposition. I just
No,
brought
I
you through
ha-
premises,
You
dude. What?
you have to make the thing that the mind is synonymous with God. Correct? I have to grant that, correct?
No, you could have denied that an absolute mind is synonymous with God, but you didn't.
Yeah, but if I was to,
If you were to deny it,
yes.
okay, that's fine, but that's going to be your pitfall, because now you've agreed that truth is absolute, conceptual, and needs a source, and the source is mind dependent. So we've necessitated a mind. All you're saying is what is your fetish with handicapped people? You keep necessitating a handicapped God. Like you keep going, yes, absolute truth needs a source. Absolute mind makes sense logically because these are mind dependent things. The same with morality. It's being dependent. It's a being dependent thing. And so you go, yeah, but what if I just deny that it's God? And now you just have like a pseudo absolute mind, like a Elon Musk level mind. Like what? you have to then for yourself, that's not on us, by the way. We can carry you through this, right? But you, if you want to stop down, midstream, right? When we send you down the raft to glory, you're going, no, I want to stay here in the rapids where there's an unknowable handicapped God who's somehow the source of all truth and knowledge and morality. Can he please be handicapped? I don't want to live a life of Christianity. That's all it sounds like to me.
But he could also say that he could be saying that it's like the god of Zeus or Odin or any other.
I would love him to.
Deity. Like that's what the argument is that since he pointed out that morality requires a source, that truth requires a source of all knowledge, then there has to be a deity or some being that both these things come from. Whether it's the Christian God or any other God, it has to be it has to be something.
Yeah, you can say the universe.
I'm going to use the child analogy from earlier, Jim. You used your child analogy, which was perfect. My children I have small children who don't understand the whole God concept. So I teach them at home and they go to school. And I'm hoping that they use the things that I teach them at home, morality and whatnot, and use it. Obviously, I'm not going to be there with them the whole time. So it could be taught by parents, it could be taught by school, it could be taught by laws that we have to follow. Does that make sense? I don't think it's there yet.
No, he's definitely not there because that's not objective. That doesn't go back to the objective truth.
I'll try to extrapolate what I think you mean is that even parents are a model of a being in which our children reflect pursuit of truth or what's good. So even if the parent has a shitty moral incoherent state, landscapes, if you will, like Sam Harris is the parent, God forbid. Even that, the child is in a way symbolically looking to the father, looking upward, hierarchical. So Izzy, I agree that what you're pointing to is hierarchy, that we have to move upward in the scale of hierarchy, knowledge and truth, that the father is essentially the priest of the home and the children are looking up to the parents, especially the father. And this itself requires a standard that you keep going up. Now, from Teriak's position, if he actually uses the term morality, which you really shouldn't considering your worldview, you should just abandon that there's any moral truths at all. Because like truth itself, Teriak, unfortunately, for your worldview, you have no standard or source of truth, and you have no standard or source of morality. So stop. Just go to Prax theology. You go to some cheesy.
Without moral judgment, society would be meaningless. Like all judicial systems, all that would be meaningless.
Yeah, but just because it's meaningless, it's irrelevant to whether or not you've necessitated a standard.
No, because moral judgments are reliant on society.
How would we know what's moral or not?
That means it can be determined by society.
So okay, this is about the time where I'm gonna
rule by the majority.
Because that's your moral standard.
Also, that's a mass appeal fallacy. Also,
and they're all different in different countries as well, and not
that would be culturally too, right?
There's multiple different ways that you can go down this argument. Like I said, I still don't understand how we've gotten to this point when we're basically dodging the question of if the future is known doesn't mean it's fixed. Because I didn't, because again, it basically. We went down a rabbit hole of definitions.
Teriak,
and like I said, I'm happy. Oh, one sec, because every single time I say something, it's like one of the four is like dive down. I'm happy enough to go back into the corners, and then we basically dig down of what is truth, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like I said, like I was happy enough.
Why would you debate and go? Why would you come to a debate about what's true and then mock at the question of what's true?
Because again, the topic is free will.
Fucking cope, dude.
But see,
free will assumes the
topic is free will. Like I said, I had like predeterminism, all this kind of shit. But this, like I said,
our argument that free will truth. Absolutely.
Yes, and again, my argument against that was predeterminism, all that kind of stuff. I didn't realize Jim Bob was going to go down the truth angle. I'm more than happy to come up with like all these definitions of truth, knowledge, build into this,
okay, so
and then from there, like I said,
we could put a pin on that. Okay, I think where we're at right now is like at least we got to the point where you're saying that you're not prepared to do the rest of the argument with the truth and everything else, the definitions of it. So you need more time to get that together, right?
Well, again, like I said, like I'd at least want the argument to be 2v2 if we are going to go down the route again.
And I was trying to get Richard. Richard's at work because he was with you originally when this happened, and then I knew that Machine Lies doesn't believe in free will. I didn't think it was going to go that. I didn't think it was going to go that way. I did not think it was going to go.
But
that
again,
way.
like I said, we are going to go down in terms of truth, and then with this whole thing of like this whole like I'm going to have to lend, or I'm going to have to what's it like we're going to say, okay, yeah, that exists the mind, then we're going to say, right, well then the mind is based thing, and then we're going to say, okay, we're just going to do elimination here.
Yeah, that's apophatic reasoning. It's perfectly valid. Like if you say truth or knowledge in your premise, in your argument against an omniscient God, you're actually presupposing that knowledge exists. Even if your argument, you thought it was valid, to say there's an all-knowing God is to assume there is such a thing as knowledge, right? So it's totally fair for us to go, oh, that's interesting, Teriak. You have a concept of knowledge, which is why I asked you, are we discovering it or are we inventing it? This is a key thing for people. You probably argue against people all the time, right? If they say we invent truth, like some wacky blue-haired chick who says I invent my truth.
Yeah, your truth.
I'm a
my
Doberman
truth.
truth. I'm a Doberman pincher,
Yeah.
right? You reject that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You reject that because you believe that truth is objective and absolute.
Yeah, justify true belief.
Okay.
Like
That's
that would be
argument.
like I said, a suitable definition that we could both agree on what knowledge is. But then we say, okay, well, what is justified, what is true, what is thing. And like I said, I'm more than happy enough to get all these definitions and we go through them one by one. And then, like I said, we can kind of go through it. But when it's like 3v1, 4v1 kind of situation, I say one thing and then it's.
But that's
So
what
okay, this is the time I wanted to start.
Glenn, you
I'm
guys
gonna
were
hold
against
on.
me, but that's what I was doing. But that's what
I think
you guys
Nadim
were-
is lagging, Glenn. So you got to give him
Okay.
a little. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I think you're just delayed. We're hearing you talk after, and then you don't realize you're talking over someone because it's delayed.
I think it's the AirPods. Anyways, that's you can't use the argument that like 2v1 like that's like I was 2v1 the other time. That's how the debate
No,
started.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Well,
Yes, it
what
was.
happened last time? No. What happened was it was 2v2, and your partner turned on yourself because you couldn't agree on which argument she was going, because you were arguing for knowledge as a non-casual, and then the other guy was basically arguing open theism.
Well, no, it was you and Richard were asking him, and then the other.
No, me and
Imperious
Richard weren't
hopped
even
on.
talking. Me and Richard
No,
weren't
no,
even
like,
talking.
they were-
It was
they were
Nadim.
both-
It was Nadim and Imperious who were arguing
that's-
against each other
no.
because they couldn't agree.
Yeah,
on
they
the
were
same
arguing
definition.
against each other, but
That-
Imperious
Exactly.
wasn't up there to be his partner.
And
It
then
was,
after we continued our argument.
With that said, I'm more than happy to debate three of you, Teriak, anytime.
But like
So,
this is
I wanna
what I'm
bring-
saying though.
I want to bring up a couple people that want to ask questions about both positions. And I'm only going to take a few call-ins, and I'll start, and then we're just going to wrap it up. I think we got really good. Love the fact that we got to a place where we at least got to the point where we knew that there has to be a source, one source for it, because it doesn't make any other sense any other way, right? So I think that's a really good leap, because now all you have to determine is which God are you going to choose. This is the source.
Or which thing. You could try to
Which thing, yeah.
thing it, right?
Yeah. So the first one I'm gonna bring up is Flow State, because I know he has a couple questions. Hold on, where's my mouse?
You know how many times I'm let down that Flow State isn't a rapper with that name?
He is a rapper.
Just
He's a
let
white
down
rapper
every-
from
Oh, is he?
Kansas. No, he's
Oh.
not. He just looks like one right now with the bandana.
He always has his bandana, doesn't he?
Or a hat. There it is.
Yo, yo, yo. Midwest side.
No.
All right, Flo. What's your question? Or what's your statement or thought on the?
Well, I was coming up here. Teriak is absolutely right, has been right. Didn't really know how to get to the conclusion. But now, like the whole, I've listened to the whole conversation, and I feel like the entry point is gone. But why does morality have to come from God?
Okay, again, we'll do this again.
Is
So
morality
morality-
objective?
hold on, let's go one by one, Flow State. would you agree that morality is in reference to how we ought to act in the world?
Yes.
Okay, so
Well,
how?
sort of. We ought
Okay.
to, if we want the outcome of a unified.
Well, that's not morality though. That's just
Okay.
arbitrary. So why call it morality then? Just don't use the word morality, and you'll be fine.
No,
in
it's
your own
morality.
worldview.
Morality is not. It's not a complicated
so
thing. It's
if-
a pragmatic thing.
So if
It's
my
a-
morality, if my morality leads me to a certain outcome, and another morality which is completely opposite to my morality leads to their outcome, is that the same morality?
What is the reason for morality?
Oh gosh, another dodge, dude. Come on.
Okay.
What's with you guys?
Why
Just
didn't
stick-
you answer my question?
Because
right now?
okay, your question doesn't make sense. That they
Yes, it
won't. They
does.
can't both be moral.
It's
They're not both moral.
exactly.
Thank
what
you.
it is.
Perfect. That's the right
Right.
answer. So that means it necessitates an absolute standard because you can't say morality is just a set of arbitrary goals, and if you fulfill on the goal, your
They're
action
not
is
arbitrary
moral. 'Cause
goals.
what?
They're not arbitrary goals.
Name one goal under your view that's not arbitrarily defined.
How do you just decide what's arbitrary? Name one goal under yours that's not arbitrary. And under
That's
my
not an
system,
answer to my
morality has a
question.
purpose, and it's to unify.
No,
It's like the laws of nature, but for society. If
Have you
can't
seen
trust your
nature?
neighbor, if you can't trust your neighbor, you're going to have a fractured society.
Wait,
If
do you know what
act in-
nature? Do you know what happens in nature? There's lions that eat the face off a baby zebra. I mean, should
Yeah.
I follow nature? That's a naturalistic
Morality doesn't
fallacy.
apply to
Those
them.
days. No,
I
do you
said
know what a
like
naturalist?
the laws of nature, like the
Okay.
laws of nature.
Okay, the laws of
As in
nature
it's not-
include murder.
Correct. Do we kill things?
Do we kill people?
Well,
Is
yes.
it
Have you
wrong?
eaten meat today?
Is it
Is
wrong
killing
to kill?
is killing
It's
someone
totally.
wrong?
Yeah, is it killing wrong if it's completely aligned with the laws of nature?
I didn't say it was nature. I didn't say nature was God. I said like the laws of nature, right? And as in
Not
what
exactly.
I meant by that is that it's a sterile rule. If you step off a roof, you will fall and hit the ground, right?
So amoral. That's amoral.
Sure, amoral if you
Okay,
want.
so stop using the word moral.
Based. It's not.
Okay, stop using the word
But
moral.
there's
then.
no morality. There's
Just
no
say
morality.
under your view flow state, and I
No,
don't
I
want
will
you to
use
say
the word
this. I
moral.
don't want you to say this, but to be consistent on your own view, you have
want
to
to have
say,
the world morals just like you want the word marriage, but you don't get them.
well, we do actually. But
No,
the
you
thing
don't.
is, yeah, you do, because you can use the word moral for something that's completely atrocious to somebody, and you couldn't argue against it under your own standard. It's just an arbitrary term for things you prefer, correct? Preferences.
False.
So what is it then if it's not preference based on
Well, I
your-
was trying to
your view?
explain that, but then you got off onto the lion thing.
Well, you said nature. You said they're
It's
like nature,
rules-
and that's refuted.
It's a structure of behavior that allows a society to be unified. And so, for instance, if I steal from you, if we live in the same society and I steal from you, every time you turn your back, are you going to trust me?
Flow
No.
state, listen, I'm not going to let you do a whole
Why are you
story here.
deflecting?
No, I'm going to correct you right now. You just said,
No, you-
no, listen, I'm going to give it back your argument, okay? And then I'm going to destroy
Why
it.
don't you answer my question?
I am answering. You just said morality is some sort of fixture or tool toward unity, right, of a society. If a society is split, which it currently is, between, let's say, right-wing bigots like me and a bunch of new age retarded blue hair freak childs, right? Who gets to determine what we should unify around? Should we unify against chop and weens, or should we unify against Christian monarchy? You just smuggled in unification as if you've provided a standard for what we should pursue as unified. We're not unified.
I have provided that standard I gave. Unity is a better standard than anything that you've given. What is your
Unity for
standard?
what, dude? Are you not listening? Unity toward what? Unity is an outcome that
That is-
describes
that is the-
something.
That
That's like
is
saying
the whole-
efficiency.
That's the
That's
goal
like
in
saying
and of
efficiency.
itself. Right.
No,
that's the goal
no,
in and
no,
of
what's
that's
the-
incoherent.
Because we're
That's
humans, we live in
incoherent.
the world. Our society is surrounded by other
Flo,
societies.
that's incoherent. Why? Because if I say something's
If
efficient,
it's incoherent,
look,
it's because you don't let
Flo,
me finish the fucking thought.
Flo. If I say
Are you a
something's
pragmatist? Is that exactly
if,
what? So
if I say something's effective, right? Does that tell me whether or not it's a good thing we're doing? If it's effective, if I'm effective at doing it, does it tell me if it's good or not?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so unity, like effectiveness,
Mhm.
efficacy, unity doesn't. Guess what? Are there times in history, from your own standard, that a group of people were unified in complete abhorrent behavior against other people?
Yes, it happens all the time.
Therefore, unity
And
is not the standard. Now, please provide a different standard that's not unity, sir.
The book, your idol, God. Is that what the answer is?
No, under
I would
your
like
No,
you to provide a
you
better
give
standard
on
than
your
unity.
under your worldview. You can't. That's what's under
Your
your
view.
worldview. What's
If it's
the-
not
There's
unity,
nothing else underneath it. Underneath it, there needs to be nothing else underneath it. Morality
So
is,
unity
is
is
very
the-
simple. It's not complicated, right?
then tell us
Well,
what it
unity
is
is
besides
the-
unity.
When you
unity is
see
the goal
worker
for
bees
society.
sacrificing
Worker
themselves to
bees?
the queen, it's that
Uh-huh.
same behavior. We're just bigger and smarter.
Naturalistic fallacy.
How does that explain?
And is
Because there's other animals that kill each
look,
other.
look at what other
reasons.
animals
What is
do.
the natural-
Dolphins.
okay.
Dolphins also grape each other.
Mm-hmm.
Chimpanzees. Look at the bonobos, right? You're based
Yeah.
on your reasoning. All of that behavior we
Nope.
should model because
Nope.
bees do cool stuff.
Nope. What I said is that bees and ants, they exhibit, it's the same behavior. Not everything in nature is
Cooperation?
moral. Not everything in nature is a communal animal.
Are you saying
So if
cooperation
Flo
is
said
good?
if you chopping the wean off your kid, is that gives you more money, or it gives you gets you to a certain goal, and for you that goal is perfectly good.
No, that is
Is that
immoral.
good enough?
That is immoral.
How do you know?
Because
How do you know?
if we chop the
it leads you
wieners
to
off of
another goal.
kids, we're harming the kids
leads you
in
to
the
your goal.
society.
Now you've moved to harm principle, not unity. Why? Because unity can
Because
harm.
if you harm somebody, you can't be unified with them. Of
No,
course.
that's not
No,
true.
if that's not true.
That's not true,
You
actually.
could harm.
Look, Nadim, I'll put it this way. Can there be a society that willfully participates in sacrifice where the person in society who knows they're going to be sacrificed is doing it for the greater good in their belief for the society, unified in their own death?
That incident could occur.
Therefore,
but you
your
cannot have
standards
sustained-
debunked again.
You cannot have sustained
No,
human
there's-
sacrifices without
there's
taking
Yes, you
cannibalistic
can.
societies
Yes,
that
you can have
sustain,
sustained sacrifices. You
There's-
just make
Wait,
more
really?
kids, dude.
Yes.
What do you think? What do you
There's
think
can-
Western?
yeah.
What do you think Western culture is right now with Planned Parenthood? What are you talking about?
That's immoral.
I know, but
And
they're
look how
begging the
fucking
question.
fractured the country
No,
is
but it
becoming.
leads them. It leads them to a
That
point A
proves
to
my
point
point.
B.
You're proving my point.
It's-
Dude, look,
We're
look,
no,
look.
you
because we kill babies.
No, it
Let's
leads
make it
them to
simpler.
Point A to point B. So it in your worldview, it's as moral as it can be. There's no such thing as morality in your worldview. You can't claim anything is
No.
moral because
Let's make it
whatever
simple.
someone
Flow
does
state.
for his own benefit or the benefit
Flow
of
state.
society.
Just one thing. Name one act that's always immoral, regardless of society or time.
Morality is situational. There is
Dude.
nothing. There is
Why
nothing.
can't you listen?
So
Name
if
one
Planned
thing.
Parenthood is
That's
good for
subjective
society.
then. It's relativism. So listen, if you think morality, if there's something
It's
that's actually
conditional.
immoral. Okay, listen. So if morality is conditional, it's not morality. It's just preferences based on the era and the trend. Okay. That's why I'm asking you. If you say the word moral, you're actually presupposing an absolute standard. If you're just using moral to say what you prefer, then you can't really argue against someone else who prefers to eat brain custard of gay dudes from nightclubs, right? So if Dahmer isn't actually immoral, he's just following his preferred methods for what he thinks is good, and your standard permits it, you can't really say it's moral. You have to just say it's kind of yucky and I don't
My
prefer
standard
it.
doesn't permit it.
So I no, but your standard is just as valid as his. Okay. So the point is, if you wanted to use the word
Hold
moral,
on. How does yours get to be more valid?
more valid
No,
because
you're,
morality.
Go ahead.
because we
More
claim
valid.
morality is objective. We don't
Because
claim morality.
if-
Because you view morality. You view.
Yeah.
We're back to square one.
So
Because
first,
view.
you concede that your view is completely arbitrary.
No, my standard has a rule. There's a reason for it. Yours
Your
doesn't have
reason.
a reason.
What do
Yours
you
is
mean, reason?
arbitrary. God said. A man
What?
told you what God said.
Wait, isn't that your view? You said.
No, there's a pragmatic reason for morality to exist in my
Okay, so it's
Paradigm.
utility. You still can't
Yeah.
tell us why something's actually wrong. It's just a temporary utility to call something moral for the time being until the times change.
It's wrong because we're societal creatures and we all thrive much better when as a collective than as one.
How-
If you're
okay.
doing things that disrupt
So
the
you're
collective,
so diversity is our strength.
no, diversity is not. Diversity is a
that's
weakness.
interesting. That's interesting because the West is broken up into a
You
bunch
don't
of
like letting
people.
people finish, do
Look,
you?
Yeah, because it's stupid what you're arguing.
No, you're
because
stupid. You tell me.
No, you are. Look, Flow State, seriously, look at what you're saying. If what you just said is unification is good and everybody, together, you basically have to justify incompatible cultures that they all live together under the guise of unity, even though it's incompatible.
What is the purpose
you're not
your
listening, dude.
moral system?
Dude, I don't take a pragmatic view of morality. I
is
take a
the
theosis
purpose?
view, which is duty. You don't take a duty approach. You
Duty.
take a
How
purpose.
do you know
that's
what your
utility.
duty is?
Revelation.
Okay, there you go. You feel like listening to some dude who said what God told him.
What dude? What do you mean, some dude? Aren't you a parent? Your parent. You don't want your kids to listen to you?
Yeah,
What
but
are you
you're
talking
a
about?
grown-ass man, though. That's the issue.
When do I stop listening to other men?
When do you start thinking for yourself and taking moral autonomy for yourself?
Oh, so you're the source of knowledge. We're all supposed to be the source of our own knowledge.
You're responsible.
Why
for
didn't
your
you learn?
behavior,
Why
whether
didn't you
like
learn
it or
language
not.
on your own, Flow State?
You're responsible for your own behavior and doing what's right and wrong.
Why
whether
didn't-
or not you like it?
Why didn't you learn language on your own?
Because the point of language is to communicate with other people.
Why didn't you learn history totally on your own without other men?
Do you understand how to speak?
Why didn't you learn history on your own without other men?
Do you not understand morality
You don't-
now at this
yeah,
point in
yeah,
life?
Yeah. So listen.
No, I think you don't understand flow state morality.
I know
Because,
that
like,
you don't. I see that all the ortho bros are here.
yeah, because we miss you.
We all like our fucking authority. We take it
You're
from the
here
people.
too. You're always around us. You seek us. We're
Yeah,
here
what-
for you. We're here for you. Okay. We're trying to help you out of the mess, right? That is, your arbitrary goals, this sort of like anarchist, like hipster 16-year-old mindset. It's like, dude, listen.
You have a bandana, flow state.
Wait, Flo, didn't you just hop on to the stream where we were on?
Aren't we supposed to listen to you, Flow State?
Well, or you're supposed to.
You want us to
Or did
listen to
we
you?
hop on to your
You're
stream?
supposed to provide a better paradigm.
Look, Flow
What
State,
you
are you a
provided is
man?
default
Are
to
you a man
authority.
with a better paradigm than me?
You just defaulted to authority. You know, you just logical
Flow
fallacy
State,
the support.
Flow
for your
State,
belief.
listen, do you have a better paradigm than me?
Yes.
Okay, should I listen to you?
Does it make sense to you that it's better?
Dude,
You
should
should make
I-
your own decision.
should I listen to you?
No, you should understand
Okay.
both sides for yourself.
Okay,
Flow
should I
state,
listen
flow
to
state.
both sides of different people who are men talking?
One of them is telling you to think for yourself, and the other is a logical.
You
fallacy.
got it,
If I-
Jimbo.
You're literally coming to a
Okay,
conclusion.
If
by
I have to
exactly
think,
a
dude,
logical
if I have to
fallacy.
think for myself, why would I listen to two people arguing? Why don't I just come up with it myself?
You do come up with it yourself
Oh, so why are we listening to another man talk right now named Flow State with a bandana on?
because you get new information that way. That's how you expand your mind.
Oh,
and
so it's
understand yourself.
esoteric, but it's not. It's exoteric.
Who's bad faith now?
No, I'm actually going
No,
through
you're
your own
not.
view. Yeah, this is good.
That's
faith.
one-
I'm engaging directly internally with your system right now. That's the most good
Right now,
faith you
you-
could ask
okay.
for.
You
You
have
said don't
two-
learn from men, right?
you have
Think for
two-
yourself.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you did.
No, it's not.
Well,
learn-
But
well.
you said
Let me
you
explain
should
this again.
come
Let me
up with
explain
your
this
own.
again.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Let me explain this to you again.
Okay.
You're here. You're Jim Bob. You're little
That's
Jim
right.
Bob. You're trying to figure out how to know what's right and wrong. You've got one side telling you to just do what I say, and you've got another side explaining to you why you should think for yourself.
That's do what I say too, dummy.
Oh,
No,
you-
no,
do
no,
what I
dude.
say.
Flow state.
So
Flow state.
Flow State, there's one side that says do what I say and don't do what I say,
And
there's
do as
one
thou
side
will.
that says do
Yeah.
do
Yes, that will. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
flow state, flow state. And within your example, both sides are Satan, man. Like both sides
Both
are Satan.
sides are Satan.
It's like, yeah, you're presupposing that both sides are telling you, no, you gotta
Okay.
believe me because of my authority. No, and the other guy is saying, no, you gotta believe me because of my authority.
Do you
that-
believe that
that is-
God created you?
Yes.
Always with a question, right?
Okay. Then if
You
God
always
created
you always
Hold on, hold on.
deflect Flow State.
Do you believe in the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Do you believe in personal relationships with God?
Yes.
Why don't you trust any of those things at all?
He
What
does.
do you
He
mean?
trusts that they transform through men. If what you're saying is true, Ivan trusting that he can work with God, that he can participate in God, it follows that he believes that's possible for other men too. So it actually permits a congregation, a parish, a hierarchy, a patristic faith, if you will. Flow state, here's where your contradiction is. Like Nadim said, you say don't follow men, right? A little too much Adam Green, maybe in your search
I don't
history.
even know who that is.
Okay, so here's the thing. He says, do as I say, and you're saying don't do that. I'm a man with a bandana. I do what I do. So you're taking a do as thou wilt, right? Well, the irony is that if I say do as thou wilt, but it ends up being following other people, then I'm still following your rule. So it's not even a contradiction.
So if I do as by the fact that I suggested that you think for yourself, now you can't possibly.
I'm just doing what you're doing. Look, if I think for myself and come to the Christian faith, how is that a problem under your view? It's actually following your lead, dude.
Because it's a default to authority. It literally is bad thinking.
No, you're assuming that.
Flo, here's my question. So, Flo, I got two people, right? I got Jim Bob saying, follow God, follow God's will, follow God's word, right? And then I got Flow State saying, think for yourself, right? Whatever choice I make, I'm following somebody's command or somebody's statement or somebody's belief. So if your belief is you should follow your own, you should think for yourself, that's yours. And Jim Bob saying, no, you need to listen to God, that's his. And I go, okay, well, I'm gonna pick whatever one I pick. I'm picking a man that told me.
You could pick both. No, you can't. The thing that we're saying is that
you could pick both, which still is two people telling me.
If I listen to Flow, if I follow Flow State and his thinking, and I think for myself, and then I start following God, then by his own
argument.
No, Glenn is doing an internal of flow states, though. No, he's saying it's the same under flow state.
Yeah.
Which one?
So if I follow you, so I'm following you. Okay, first of all, you're saying follow yourself. So you by saying you shouldn't follow, man, you're leading people to follow your suggestion. So I'm following you saying to follow, man. And then after I'm following you, I realize by my own thinking that God exists and that I need to follow him. So in your logic, I have the same standards as you, but I get to the conclusion of God. So you have no standing at all in telling me I have no standing.
You're an atheist Protestant.
Hold on. And the paradigm you just explained,
I didn't know that's such a thing.
Actually how all of you make decisions every time you turn to God. You're not ever actually following God. You accuse me of being do what thou wilt. I am my own God. But we all make decisions the same way, and it's exactly how you just described.
That's just a claim you made.
Yeah, that's not.
No, that's how do you know everybody makes like you're making a claim that you know how you know human nature.
Don't you decide every time that you go pray?
No, that's absolutely.
You make the decision to pray.
Hold on a second.
What does it have to do with
What do you mean the same way?
What does it have to do?
Are you talking about a mechanism? Flow state, for instance, two examples. One person has this proclivity toward hurting other people, and they go out at night hunting down some people in the alley, and they're determining to think and to do certain things. And you're saying my determination to not do that, we're coming to the conclusion the same way. I'm trying to understand. What do you mean?
I don't think you are. I think you're trying to obscure. Let me say it again.
No, I'm not.
Can I please say something? Dude, what you're saying is basically, oh, you're following other people and that's bad. And what Nadim is saying, dude, by your admission that Christians, you said it yourself, that Christians choose to pray or whatever, they're already following you. You already got dibs on everything, man. You got a super good position.
So
there's no contradiction.
But because you make that decision every time, doesn't that mean that you're guilty of the same thing you accuse me of, which is thinking that you're God?
No,
that's a false.
That's a big jump. No, it's not that. It's belief. It's belief that God could work through men. It's not a contradiction to listen to men. It's just the question is, who are you listening to? Which under your own system is the criticism, right? But we're saying, even from us following our paradigm, is actually still aligned roughly with yours, at least at the preliminary level. It's just that we seek a higher order of aligning our will. You just align your will with your own wants. That's
you obscure what's actually going on when you make a decision and call it pursuing a higher will.
What do you mean? How do you determine what's obscure? What are you talking about?
To see the action less clearly. You guys.
What do you mean? I think it's
No.
more clear. No, Christian path is
No.
more narrow than yours, dude.
It is more
narrow.
narrow. That doesn't mean it's more clear.
How do you know
What
what
do
is
you mean?
clear or not?
What do you mean a line? A narrow line that's straight is clearer by definition than a bunch of lines clustered together toward sin.
More restrictive, not less clear. It's muddier because you don't understand what's happening or
No.
why it's happening.
No, that's fallacious. That's just attributing some sort of fallacy to our thinking, right? That's just try again.
Do you guys accept or acknowledge that in every decision, both your paradigm and my paradigm, I, the individual, am the one making the decision in the moment?
Yeah, we have choices. The question is, what are we pairing our choice against as a backdrop for standard? Your standard is your own reflection. Ours is not.
Yours is somebody else's reflection.
That's right. We are the reflection of our standard. You are the reflection of yourself.
Why do you think that another man knows what you should do better than you do in your own life?
Well, I would ask you the same question. You're basically doing the same thing
right now.
Right now.
How?
You're debating and trying to persuade us into a position that if we followed you, we would just deny what you're saying.
You're already in that position. You already have conceded that another man knows better than you.
It's possible. I mean, look, dude, what's one thing you find based? Do you think farming's based or metalsmithing or something like this?
All those things are based.
So if I walked up to a metalsmith and they said, "Oh shit, dude, lucky you. The metalsmithing has been in my family for 7 generations." Would you then go, "Yeah, but I don't listen to men in regards to like no." You would learn and you would say based, right? So if that's true for everything else you want to learn as a skill, everything else you want to know about being a human, why wouldn't that apply to theology if it were in fact true?
Because Jesus told you not to do that.
Don't tell me what Jesus said.
No, he did.
Jesus told you not to wear that hat, right? You look like a gypsy jazz player right now. Do you know an A minor with 7?
You understood the Bible, man.
No, you can't quote the Bible right now.
What did
right?
Jesus demonstrate? Did
Flow
he
state.
demonstrate personal relationships with Jesus?
No. Flow state. We're not quoting
state,
the
stop.
Bible or scripture. You can't use it.
The irony of you quoting the Bible right now is hilarious, by the way, because you're appealing to authority.
I'm appealing to your authority.
That's right.
I
So
don't
why are you
think
appealing to
that's
authority?
the authority you're at.
So why would you're telling us not to appeal to any authority, and
you're appealing
You
telling us
already
to appeal
appealed to
authority.
it. I'm using your own authority against you.
No, but
Wait,
you
no.
don't know our authority, man.
That's a contradiction
I
of you.
do. I've read the Bible, believe it or not.
But you haven't understood it
I
clearly.
probably understand it better than you do.
No, flow state. You
No.
can't say the Bible, by the way. But here's why it's a problem. Premise 1, flow state of your view. Don't listen to any authority on the matter of what to do. Then you quote the Bible and tell us to listen to your interpretation of what the Bible says, which is 2 authorities
Don't
now.
default from authority.
And we don't even claim that we can interpret it correctly.
I can use your error to walk you out of it. If
No,
you're
An
willing
error
to
by
follow.
sight reading Jesus,
no.
right? Right. That's
No,
that's
you're
it.
making the error. Your flow state. What Jim Bob is trying to explain to you is what you're saying when you move your mouth is contradicting what you're doing when you're stringing your arguments together. That's a
Affirmative
performative
contradiction.
contradiction.
Right.
What is the contradiction?
You're
Don't listen to
appealing
men.
authority.
Listen to me to not listen to men.
Well, then
That's the first
there's-
thing we told you.
Okay.
But no,
So
flow
then
state, is
not-
it a contradiction? Don't move on. Is it a contradiction? Don't listen to men. Listen to me to not listen to men.
Don't treat they're not the same in degree.
It's
I'm not saying
it's the
I'm not
degree
saying
now.
not to listen from new sources of information. I'm saying not to treat
but
other men as your god.
No
not
one
to-
does that.
No one
We
does
don't
that.
do that. We don't do that. That's a straw man.
That's where you get your moral instructions from.
No, dude, how to do logic, right? Doesn't tell me that the person who's teaching me logic created logic. Instructions don't tell us the standard, right? If a teacher teaches you something, flow state, it doesn't follow that they're God because they're conveying instructions. Do you understand?
They're treated as God functionally because that's how you know about God.
You're
That's
not.
how
You're literally taking points.
everyone
instead
is-
of conceding. Instead of conceding, go. Okay, I understand the distinction. You're just moving on. Please, good faith. I just made a clear distinction. Instructions don't. It doesn't follow that who you're being instructed by is God. Is the source of the instruction. That they are the. Okay,
I don't
great.
actually think that you guys think that they're God.
Good. Thank you.
How do you know?
I don't know if you think they're God. Maybe you
But
do.
and why do I care that you think that about us? It's like,
Let-
okay, but I don't like you. You're mean. You're mean.
So
Yeah,
in
because
all
they
the
don't
religions,
have
in
any
all the
objective
denominations,
stand.
and all the different moral structures, right? You guys used your brains apparently to come to
Don't use
Orthodox
moral.
Christianity.
Mm.
Why do you think that this is a good moral paradigm? Isn't it the only one that God changed his mind in the middle of?
Oh,
What?
no. Look, if morality is objective, if what you're calling a good paradigm means it's a paradigm that can justify what we're calling morality, which, if you were paying attention during the stream, it also is the paradigm that can justify truth. And the truth and morality go hand in hand. If it's the case that it's all arbitrary, you really don't have a use of being on the screen
I
right
didn't
now
say
and
that.
arguing it.
Yeah,
right.
none of that's what I said though. That's a straw
Okay,
man.
but I'm saying if it's arbitrary. Now, the reason I say that, Flow State, is because under your view, not only is morality subjective, but truth is also subjective.
No, that's
Yeah, it
not
is.
true either.
Yeah, it
No.
is. Yeah, it is.
Well,
No, it's not.
Flow
Of
State,
course it is.
you're here to change your mind
It's not.
because you want to impose your preferences.
That's the logical conclusion to what you said.
Like,
Because
why
Truth
should I?
is not subjective, and
Okay,
also
morality
it's not a
is-
thing. It's not an independent thing.
Morality
Truth is a
subjective.
feature of a thing. It's a characteristic.
So-
So you
really?
think
What's
that
the
truth
truth
and
of an
morality?
apple? What's the truth of an
Like,
apple?
what's
The truth applies to claims. Not everything
Where-
has truth. You can't pick up a truth. It's not its own noun. It's a
I got you.
quality.
So what's the quality of truth?
It would be, you can use it the same way as like gregarious, right? You can't pick up a
Gregarious.
gregarious. You can't say gregarious is
No,
is
gregarious. Gregarious describes a way of being with people, right? We can
Right.
actually observe a way of being with people. That's an energy, right? So
Right.
great, you're one step closer to Christianity. So you agree that energies exist, that they're not featured in hard reality as items, correct? Now, what we're saying, Flow State, we agree.
Mhm.
Except that your worldview can't account for immaterial energies that you participate in with.
Sure it can.
Ours can't. No, you
It
can't.
doesn't need to.
It just doesn't need to. Right. I don't need to prove God.
I don't
then.
claim to know everything. You could. There's all sorts of
You
things that
do,
can go on.
but you do. You're claiming that you know
claim
morality.
to know everything.
Yeah, you're claiming that you know what morality is, and that's it.
I understand that there's a reason for morality, and it's not complicated. You can see the functioning of it, the same
There's a reason
general
for
behaviors.
there's a reason
all
for
the way
human sacrifice.
through
There's a
nature.
reason for human
This is
sacrifice.
not an independent human phenomenon. It's
Flow State,
not.
How do
can I
you
come
know?
up,
There's a
Flow State,
reason. There's a reason.
can I come up with a
there's
reason for sacrifice? Human sacrifice? Can I come up with a reason?
I'm sure that you could.
Great. So if you just say there's a reason for morality, I can just say there's a reason for immorality. You can't tell me why I should avoid immorality if I can come up with a reason for it.
The
You're
long-term
just getting
benefits.
smoked, dude. I mean, this
Okay.
is just
The
I mean,
long-term benefits to everybody are better within a moral system where people work together than without it.
better is begging the question.
No,
But
it's
that's an objective claim. That's not. How do you know? How do you know what's
Better.
for you?
How do you know
better.
what's better?
What-
How about
Yeah.
survival?
What's
How about
So I
survival?
can murder? Can I murder
Survival
and
is
grape to
collective
survive?
individuals.
Can I murder and grape to
so
survive?
if I need to, if I need to murder or grape someone,
You
or
can-
cut off my,
Yes,
my
you can murder, and God commanded
Is it
it
good?
all the time,
Oh, stop,
constantly.
Listen,
Okay, if
And grape,
if I
you never
need
need
to mass
grape to
murder,
survive.
if I
Grape
need-
is greed.
as an individual, listen, if as an individual, me and Nadim, I have to.
But
murder-
what would make grape
if
bad if
survive.
it's greed? What makes greed bad?
Because it violates the free will of another person. And
free
it's-
will.
and
Where'd you get
Who
this?
cares?
it's
Who
unnecessary.
cares? It's better. Who cares if it violates?
Why is it wrong to
For
violate
me.
free will? We do it all the time. Look,
It's-
Flow
it's
State, do you
better
believe in
for
law and
mine
order?
God said.
No. Do you believe in law and order in a society?
Depends on what you mean by that.
Is law
Sometimes
and
I do,
order
but
good for society under your standards?
Probably not to the degree you think it is.
Okay, I'm not talking about me. Your view actually permits and advocates for some sort of social order lawfully, that there's a lawful order, the arm of force looming, right? So under your own view, the looming violation of free will is always there anyway, just to keep order. So it's like you saying anything's immoral if it violates free will. What if someone wants to
Do you know
off
what-
themselves and they're my brother and I stop them using force? Did I do something immoral?
You
or
understand
moral?
negative rights?
You're not, dude. You're not. Rights don't exist.
I don't know why I
positive or
would try to
negative.
answer any of your questions. Every time I do, all three of you start interrupting at once.
Dude, just answer the question. Is it under your own system, what I just said, right? You probably didn't hear what I said.
Would it be immoral to let somebody commit suicide?
Yeah, would it be immoral, let's say, under your view, to use force to stop them because you're violating their free will?
This is a very nuanced gray area. It's not a gotcha, but it would be immoral. Look, okay, I'll answer this question. But
I won't answer. I just say it's not.
You have to let me. And I'm not answering it unless you agree to answer one of mine afterwards.
Fine, fair.
Okay. It would be immoral of the person trying to self-delete because they transfer their pain onto those around them, the ones that care about them most. It would not be immoral of the person who acts in good faith to prevent them from doing that, because even though it is their own body and their own right, you believe that.
Wait, so why is transfer?
Okay, so if a mass murderer is to commit,
I just answered the question. You don't have to like it.
Hold on.
You don't have to like it, but you do have to ask me the question.
Hold on.
Fair enough. But I just want to say, when you just said, you just moved the standard over, just so you know, to transfer of pain. So if there was nobody to transfer the pain to, right?
I didn't change that as the standard.
You included, well, if someone deletes, you added that if someone deletes, it transfers pain. What if it's a John Doe and there's no person?
Somebody who has no family at all, literally.
Yeah, like, do you stop them or just let them do it because there's no transfer of pain?
Yeah, no, then that's their business.
But how would you know?
Nobody to be hurt by it.
How is?
Oh, really? So posthumous sex with a cadaver, as long as nobody's hurt, no transfer of pain, it's totally permissive. Right?
That's what I was.
Bite the bullet, flow state. You got the red background and everything.
No. I'm not. It's not your turn for another.
The same
question.
thing.
Another one.
Yep. It's your question, Flo. Go ahead. Answer your question.
Okay. Under your view, stealing is always wrong, correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's God say?
I'm not actually sure. Maybe, yeah. It might be, yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just operate as if it is, because it is one of the 10 commandments. Would it be moral for you to let your child die instead of stealing food for it?
Would it be moral?
That's why he said, I don't know, man.
But that's why he said, I don't know.
No. I would say that under those circumstances, that our faith in doing the right thing is something that's taken into account. Our knowledge of what we're doing, the weight of what we're doing is taken into account in judgment. So we can't judge ourselves in it, but we have to pursue and hope and pray in faith that we're doing the right thing. I could in fact be doing the wrong thing, but it's not legalistic. You don't get a downloaded Excel spreadsheet in Christianity where you go, coordinate A, B, New York City.
So morality is
Friday.
subjective.
No, that doesn't follow that. It's
it
follows that sometimes you actually don't. It doesn't follow if you don't fully know if you're doing something moral or not. It doesn't follow that morality is subjective.
Is it pragmatic?
Not
attaining full truth doesn't mean that there isn't no full truth.
So
No,
how do you know if you should let your child starve or if you should steal food?
Okay, there's an answer for that. Like, for example, it's a question that is very often asked in the context of self-defense. Like, if you are attacked and you are unmarried, you have no, let's say, responsibility to other people. The better choice is to let yourself be attacked and killed even. But if you have children,
I don't understand how this answer.
Not all sin.
Okay.
He's saying that not all sins are. He's saying that not all sins are equal. There's not like this like even playing field of equal sins. That's like saying like, if there's a minor sin that might be seen as a minor sin of like doing a white lie, is it equal to assaulting someone? Of course not. Like there would be some sort of spectrum of behavior, which under your
that's
view,
not biblical, but I agree with it.
You can't tell us what's biblical or not.
Your interpretation of what's biblical.
Stop saying the biblical thing. It's a red herring. It's useless in this conversation. We could argue this.
Useless in this conversation about morality. Are you kidding me?
Your interpretation is useless.
We don't care about your interpretation.
The Bible says that all sins are equal.
We don't listen to what you think the Bible says, dude. You keep saying what the Bible says.
We don't care what you think the Bible literally as.
Damn.
Can I just ask a question to get us back on track of the question?
Hold on.
Right?
But, okay, can they answer the question first though that I asked?
No, let Teriak talk.
I know you just want to let Teriak talk.
Hold on, wait a minute. Did we not answer Flo's question? Did we not answer Flo's question?
Answered every single question you asked.
The answer is, in short, Flow State, not all sins are equal. In the
Okay.
predicament, that the moral conundrum, it doesn't negate that morality is absolute. It just means that there could be gray areas where you're not actually sure if you did the right thing, and you hope in good faith that you did, but it doesn't negate that it's that there's an objective standard to it. It just means not all moral conundrums are equal in their resolution. Some are granular, some are more vague, but there's still a standard to point to. You're still willfully trying to do the right thing according to God's will, hoping, praying that that's the case. Whereas under your paradigm, whatever you do to survive is already justified. It doesn't even matter what it is.
I understand that you run the risk of making imperfect judgment calls in the moment. There's no dispute there.
Okay.
What I'm trying to figure out is, this is a very simple paradigm with two very simple rules. Which one do you choose?
Well, the question isn't that simple, because he just told you there is gray areas in sins. It's like if in you
Look, I just answered the suicide question. That's way more gray. That's way more gray.
If you have someone that's like gonna die, gonna be killed in your house, you can lie and say he's not in your house. That's not a sin, because there's something higher at stake. Letting him die is a bigger sin than you lying. You might have to repent of that lie, but it's going to be less of a repentance that if you let him die.
Even self-defense, like take self-defense. It's like you can do the just right thing in self-defense from a Christian paradigm. You end a life, right? It doesn't follow that you should celebrate as like this super big moral act, even though it was essentially a good thing overall to protect your life and your family from an aggressor who's trying to basically kill your temporal existence. However, it doesn't mean that what you did doesn't carry weight to it at the same time. Like, both can be true.
I think I'd like to make an observation, and then I've got to go. I would like to observe that in this very simple question, none of you knew how to answer it, and that's why I say that religion confuses morality. The answer is obvious. You save your child's life, you don't prioritize.
We gave you the perfect question.
Yeah. What about the cadaver? I'm sorry, you didn't answer the cadaver. Can I posthumously aggress in a cadaver if it doesn't hurt anyone? Yeah, you don't want to bite the bullet on that one. No, there's no contradiction between something being nuanced and being unclear or confusing.
Yeah,
right?
It doesn't have to be black and white. It's not.
It's something. By the way, he's the one, when we first asked the hypothetical, said what? Well, this is very nuanced, right? And then he's like, "Oh, you can't." I didn't say you can't have a nuanced position. I never said that. I didn't make that rule. So that's fine with me.
I love how every time they argue against like Orthodox, or they just assume we're gonna just go through the Bible, every single word that say, look, the Bible said that.
Then it's not legal. It's not legalism either. It's not a downloaded Excel spreadsheet that we just check that. Like, it's totally fine in instances to actually not know what the right thing to do is.
And
that's where apophatic theology comes in.
He was misquoting it though. That was the worst part. It was a misquote. It's like, no, all sin, all unrepented sin is the thing. We all sin, but if we don't repent from it, that's the problem.
Yeah, it's crazy because it's such a parallel to what the conversation was before, because we were using apophatic theology to actually define the possibility of foreknowledge, because foreknowledge could not exist in our mind if we don't have an apophatic view about it. The same way with sin. Sin is not something written and that could be described in the existence every time. It could be described on a letter. It's
a privation. That's why the arguments when we include anything, like whenever someone says the word moral, like Flow State did and Teriak did during this conversation, you've already assumed something objective and absolute. And if it's not absolute, you're just using a wrong word. You should just say preference or something. That's why I'm like, ethics is ethics are like, you know, they might be informed by morality, but you could probably linguistically just be like, well, it's whatever we determine, you know, in society, what culture
For your society or your culture, right?
Yeah. And if that's the
Like,
case, what the hell? I mean, why?
Because like
even
some
argue
cultures
it?
have like, you know, women are still covering up and everything. That's ethical for them. But here in America, we got bikinis and G-strings.
Yeah, so like, let me just kind of like bring it back onto this question. I guess we can kind of like either close on this or we can keep going. I'm good either way, because I think, despite the fact that I don't think I've done particularly well in this debate, I think it's been quite eye-opening in terms of like my lack of knowledge, at least, or understanding key concepts and all that kind of stuff. But I go back to the example of when Jesus told Peter, "You will deny me 3 times." Did Peter have free will in that instance?
Yes.
Yeah, because if prophecy is fourth knowledge, right? Then that's just letting, like, it's coming. Whatever it is, it's coming. You're
Knowledge.
you could still just because I have the knowledge that I know that you're going to do this doesn't mean you don't have free will to do it when you choose to do it.
But
when you use the word fixed future or fixed reality, then you're assuming the cause, that there's an absolute cause for it. So if you're saying, oh, then there's a fixed future, then you're refuting the potentiality of other different types of futures. So if you're refuting the idea that Peter could have not sinned, then you're saying that God made him sin. That you're saying that's what we're saying. We're not saying that, and that foreknowledge doesn't conclude that. Foreknowledge actually just states the fact that will happen as an observation, not as a secondary causality. So as long as you're saying what is happening in the future isn't the cause of God, isn't God that caused it, then that's free will. If God didn't cause the future but he knows it, that's free will. Because you were saying, oh, no, I'm not saying he caused it.
Yes, what I'm saying is that Jesus told Peter, "You will deny me 3 times." But to say that Peter had a choice whether to do that or not, like that, that doesn't
he
make
had the
sense.
choice. Just stating what will happen doesn't deny the
In the
choice.
moment, he will still have the choice to do that. Just because I know he's going to make the choice doesn't mean that I remove the choice from him.
Yeah.
No, because if you're to say that I know that what choice you're going to make, is to say that choice has already been written.
I know you're going to eat something later on today.
You're very. That's a category.
Well, I could fast, and then that knowledge wouldn't be true.
But I know you're going to eat something later.
Eventually, you're going to eat something. You'll die. Or let's say just you're going to die. You're just going to die, right? At some point, you're going to die, right?
We all going to die, right? So
it's the nearest absolute claim we could know to its fullness, right? The joke is taxes and death. But let's take death. Does it follow because I know the knowledge of the future that I know that I'm causing every choice up until your death?
No, again, because like I said, just to know is to like. This is where we get to the definition of knowledge, and then what's the definition of truth, which again is something that I need to provide.
So for God just to know our whole lives doesn't mean that he was the cause of everything. So that's why it's not predetermined. It's just known for God.
Yeah, so I don't understand. How can you concede to the argument? We just gave you the example in our existing paradigm of death. We all know death is coming. I know your death is coming. You know mine's coming. That knowledge, that's one instance of near absolute knowledge, right? And so it has no impact on what choices we make between now and death, even though we have absolute knowledge of the outcome. So
to know when to say all knowing is to know exactly.
Who cares about but time is a time.
But you can't say who cares.
Time. No, God. We can't put God in time. We can't put God in an existence.
Yeah,
but for us, we exist in time.
Well,
in the example that Jim Bob just said, we know you're gonna die at some point. Our knowledge does it make me the cause of your death?
But to say that you're all knowing,
Guys,
to know
guys.
when I'm going to die.
We're not making any progress here.
Yeah,
Um,
we're,
I
we're,
Yes or no? It's just yes or no, though. We're establishing, even in our own paradigm, knowledge, absolute knowledge of even one thing doesn't follow that we cause those things to happen, the knowledge of it. So it's not fully analogous. Why? Because again, Nadim is pointing out that you can't use temporality and our mind and our concept of knowledge and acquiring facts and data and evaluations and transpose it onto God, all-knowing, omniscient. But the point is, there's no real bridge that you've made this whole time that's a sound argument with premises that actually concludes that God's all-knowing affects secondary causality in a way that completely refutes free will. And any example we come up with that's even near analogous, you side with us and say, yeah, I could see how in that instance knowledge doesn't actually refute your free will if there's some sort of secondary causality. First causality is we die, right? There's a cause that we cannot avoid.
that's definitive. That's definitive. It's the how is
we can't. We can't. By the way, let's take another constraint. We know if someone has a choice when they go to an ice cream shop and it's not a choice to leave, they have to choose something, right? They're kind of like, in a way, they're forced. And there's 10 flavors. We know that they're going to choose a flavor, right? And not knowing which one still gives them the choice, but knowing the outcome that they will choose. Now, if we knew exactly what they're going to choose, that's where we would make an analogous with God. It doesn't refute that they made a choice, though. God knew they were going to make a choice, but they didn't know they were going to make a choice. They still went through the system and went, I'm making a choice.
Peter,
in
Peter
that example,
denied that when he heard it. Even when Peter denied that, like, I will never, Jesus already told him what you're going to do. He's like, I'm not doing that. So he didn't even realize he was going to do that until he did it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that to say that it's all knowing is to know what flavor you're going to choose in that example.
Yeah, and knowing
Correct.
what flavor he's going to choose doesn't make him the cause of the.
God didn't choose it, though.
I'm not saying he's the cause.
Okay,
then you're not arguing against free will. Then that's
exactly. I said from the very get-go, I believe in free will.
Okay,
I believe free will is true.
If you believe in free will, that people can make choices, right? Again, this is what's so paradoxical about your position. You believe in free will, that we can act.
Correct.
You also, I don't know if you believe in God, but if you do believe in God, you simply believe in a God that doesn't permit free will, which refutes your own position that free will exists.
No, what I'm saying is, the claim that I'm making is that that the claim that God is all knowing.
Handicap.
Yeah, what I'm saying is to say that God is all knowing. God will know what choice you will make, what flavor ice cream you'll pick in that example that you gave.
That him knowing the choice doesn't make him the cause of it.
Yeah, you've already conceded the argument.
Yeah, but the fact that he knows the fact that he knows what flavor I will pick
doesn't tell you.
Doesn't deny free will.
You. Doesn't
mean
you
made it you pick it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm
Wait, guys,
not saying.
I already
what I'm saying is
understood the
that I'm not free to choose which of the 10.
Ivan.
Yeah, I wanna jump in because I think that Tariq is
Ivan, one sec.
Terry is arguing that
just one sec.
God knows makes free will illusory. It's just an illusion that you have because God foreknows it and foreordained everything to go that way, right? But that is actually, I would say, a moral claim that you're making. You're making a moral claim because you're saying it's not real. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a feedback.
There's somebody got some feedback.
Yeah.
You're also looking at God through the lens of him existing in our linear time perspective, where it's like he's a feature. He's also an avatar in this created world. Whereas, if you really think about it, God being all knowing isn't bound linearly by time and unfolding of events. Beginning and end. These are not constraints in God's mind. But for you to make your argument, you're kind of placing him as another observer in time that's following these sort of temporal linear rules of time unfolding. Whereas we're saying it's just a massive category error. We've already established and you've conceded that God knowing the choice doesn't actually logically negate you making the choice. It just means you don't know God already knows. That's all it means. You don't know that God already knows. You don't know what you're going to choose. That doesn't follow that you didn't have a choice. It just doesn't.
Okay, so maybe a better way to ask the question then would be, how can you prove that God is all-knowing?
If knowledge exists, the argument again, if knowledge exists at all and truth exists, it necessitates an all-knowing God. Otherwise, again, you have a handicap ADHD God with a helmet on who's still trying to learn stuff alongside of us. Maybe he's a little ahead of us and he gives us homework or whatever. But if you discover truth and it's absolute, it's conceptual under your view, you've necessitated an absolute mind. How can an absolute mind, by the definition, be lacking knowledge? That means he gets his knowledge from someone else who's absolute.
Mhm.
So now the moment you have this non-absolute God who's not all-knowing and knowledge exists, now you've necessitated another God that's truly all-knowing, that's giving that God information. The same way you need a God to get information and we need a God to get truth. You admit that. You need an absolute mind for truth. If you make God just another version of us that doesn't fully have all the folders, but he's trying, he now needs a source. So if all you've done is kick the can down and you now need a bigger God, a double G God, not a capital G, a double capital G God. You see the problem here? It's like every time, that's why you avoided, no, not an insult, by the way. It's just that's why.
I don't take any of this personally.
No, I understand.
I think this has been very productive.
I think it's almost he puts God in the same limitations as man.
Yeah, mind, the same mind, similar mind,
same capability, but that would not make him God.
Right. It would just necessitate another source for truth, which is why when we ask you, what is the source for truth, being that you do affirm truth exists and it's absolute, we just ask you to ponder what's the source. You got to think about it. Maybe you're on the spot. That's fine. But I do invite you, Teriak, to as you go on different panels and sit around and think about stuff, is like, go, wait a second. I do believe truth is objective and absolute. It must require a source if I'm discovering it. So you have to start to play around with, well, where are you going to place that source as a necessity? Is it in the trees? Are you going to be a hippie? Are you going to bang drums? Are you going to do ayahuasca? Like, you have all of these choices to try to make up where the source of truth is. I promise you, at the end of your inquiry, it's going to be the Christian triune God.
Yes, so I just want to kind of like drill down on that thing. If knowledge exists, that necessitates God is all-knowing, correct?
Yeah.
Why does it necessitate that God is all-knowing?
Because
again, I'm just trying to...
Okay, so if truth is absolute, right, and mind-dependent, you've necessitated an absolute mind, the greatest mind, right, the divine mind, who, if there's a source of truth, right, that's what I'm saying is, if knowledge exists at all, there's an absolute source for all knowledge. Otherwise, where is it streaming from? The stars? Do we get more knowledge when a comet goes by? Like, you're gonna have to craft all of these scenarios in which you're delivered immaterial, meaning information-based, logic-based truths, right, of the world that's feeding to you, that's not found in nature itself. So the argument is simple, Teriak. If truth is absolute and conceptual, truth necessitates knowledge. It's not like you can separate truth and knowledge, right? Knowledge would be a proposition, or truth would be propositional under your view, derived from knowledge you gained, right? Beliefs that you've gained, and then you state the beliefs and you go, is that true? Is that true? Even in that paradigm, Teriak, you're still assuming that we're apprehending and discovering something. If we're discovering knowledge and truth, and it's absolute, it necessitates a source, and the source has to be a being. There's no other angles other than making it like the rock and shit, like, the ocean waves transmitted the knowledge, like all this new age bullshit you see. It's their attempt to be in your position and go, well, I need a source. I need a damn source. And I like drawstring pants and cups without, handles. I like tea. So they drive toward these cultures that give them some shitty answer to this question. I'm not asking you, Teriak, to answer the question right now, but I am asking you when you leave
to ponder on it,
to really ponder that, because you didn't answer it, and maybe you can't right now, and that's fine. And if your question is why the Christian God that's one question, but you asked a different question. Why does knowledge need an absolute source is the question.
Yeah.
Because if it's not an absolute source, it's created. It's invented by us. There's this, that's just there. If there's no grounding for knowledge and it's all just invented, like we're just inventing things that we think are true, then we're just kind of like, you might as well not defend free will at that point because it's useless anyway. You're just like creating what descriptions you don't know are true. You're not really apprehending anything. You're not discovering anything. So truth is absolute, and absolute concepts need to be grounded in an absolute mind.
Yeah. And to buttress Jim Bob's point, I would add that basically this is the difference between deism and, let's say, Christianity, in the sense that, for example, if you had a deist position where God is a clockwork that set up, human nature, that set up like laws, even if they were invariable, even if you weren't able to change them, the fact that you weren't able to change them, the fact that you weren't able to, let's say, change human nature to, let's say, construct a parallel reality where another moral reality is truer, means that that truth is absolute. So then you would see, let's say, a confluence between deism and theism and Christianity on that point, even if you had like a deist worldview. So if you were to say something along the lines of morality is absolute, then that would make that morality into, let's say, a form of God.
Yeah. Also, logic's a good one too. Same route, same type of argument. Logic, the classical laws especially, like you can't refute one without appealing to them. And your argument coming in, Teriak, which I hope you abandon, is you just said, well, ad hoc, we need them because otherwise everything's crazy and doesn't make sense. Well, that's not a justification for how it is we have the laws of thought. And so when you ask, okay, laws of thought, like truth, conceptual, not identical to matter in the world, precede us. The laws of thought, the law of identity, is actually in effect before we're all born in here. And if you take a position like evolution or something, which I don't, and there's this world of objects in space, no beings yet, that world is operating lawfully, isn't it? It's lawful. It abides by laws that are not actually found in the matter itself. They abide by behaviors. That even needs a source under your view. Because you need that for induction later on when your mind comes, when you're, I don't know if you believe in evolution, but it's comical that you're a bubbling bacteria soup and you become conscious and you use rationality and reasoning out of nowhere for no reason at all. And you can't even do that without, you can't even do induction without this regularity that's unjustified without God. The regularity itself, where's that come from?
Like from my, I say this regularly on my shows, like I reserve the right to be retarded. And like the only thing that I know for certain is that I can't know everything. And like I said, like I come at this from like the whole kind of like agnostic position. I genuinely don't know, but it seems like I said, like you've kind of like you've opened my eyes a lot to like, okay, right, like because I was kind of coming at it from point of view of like justified true belief, but then you basically hit me with the what is truth, where does truth come from, and honestly I hold my hand up. I didn't think that's where we're going to go down.
Well,
Tarek,
you don't gotta worry because
like
you come with the disclaimer that you might, you might be retarded. I come with the disclaimer that I am retarded. So
right.
it's a big difference.
That's a safer bet, actually.
Well, you guys,
I appreciate the exchange too. I appreciate that you were receptive to it because it is like a kind of a big jump, and I'm compassionate to the jump that you're resisting to because I wouldn't want you to make the jump to Christianity just out of like, feeling like pressured on a stream or like, you felt like you're in a corner. I want you to be in a little bit of a corner, like a little bit of a conundrum. But I think like my own view, and maybe some of these guys who aren't maybe cradle orthodox, that the process can actually be quite long and it's not like you just jump onto a raft and then you're saved. We don't take that approach, just tramp stamp save kind of bullshit. But but at least you're receptive and going, oh shit, I've never been I just assumed all of these things that I just grant myself. And You know, most of us did too. So it's like, it's not peculiar. It's like, it's a lot of people do it. So anyway,
but it's like,
Yeah,
it's just not,
thank you.
like for somebody to not have these questions and for Christians not to be able to answer them, like that's a problem. And what Jim Bob and Nadim and Ivan, everybody was doing, I love how you guys were able to answer these difficult questions in a way that's people could digest and comprehend and connect the dots to where you guys got it from. Most people just go throw their hands up. Well, God, it's just because of God. Just because God, like they just immediately just, because I believe the Holy Spirit told me, like, well, like they just kind of defer, or they just kind of like just push off on something else, and you guys are able to break it down. I appreciate that.
Thanks for having